Welcome everyone to the Planning and Development Committee meeting of Monday, June 3rd at 7 p.m. And we're a little behind, so my apologies, just waiting to have everyone come in. And we're going now to today's agenda, approval of the agenda. I'll hand this over to the City Clerk to walk us through the changes to the agenda since it's been published.
Members of committee, members of the public, and members of staff, these are the changes to this evening's agenda. Item 4.1 on tonight's agenda is a report from planning regarding a secondary plan review, city-initiated draft official plan amendments to the newly implemented Snell Grove Heart Lake Secondary Plan Area 1, Springdale Secondary Plan Area 2, Bramalea Secondary Plan Area 3, Highway 410 and Steele Secondary Plan Area 5, and Brampton Flowertown Secondary Plan Area 6, Wards 1, 2, 3, 7, and 9. There is a delegation request from Sylvia Roberts, Brampton resident, and there will be an opportunity for other persons who are in attendance tonight to delegate to committee on that item. Item 4.2, which is a report from Planning and Development Services regarding an application to amend the official plan, zoning bylaw, and draft plan of subdivision, Partack Gate Kennedy Developments, Incorporated, Glenn Schnarr and Associates, 17 Eddystone Drive at the southwest corner of Kennedy Road and Mayfield Road in Ward 2. There is a delegation from David Lang, Brampton resident, as well. Other members of the public who are here tonight will be invited to come forward to delegate on that matter if they so wish. As well, there is correspondence that has been filed with the City Clerk's office from Dave Capill, Brampton resident, dated June 3rd, Oliver and Dorette Meikle, Brampton residents, dated June 1st, and Jocelyn Malcolm Manboth, Brampton resident, dated June 1st. In regard to item 7.1 on tonight's agenda, city-initiated official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, Marysfield Neighborhood Character Review Study in Ward 10. There is an additional delegation from Neil Davis, Davis Webb Law Firm. In regard to item 13.1 on today's agenda, which is correspondence from the Honorable Steve Clark, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, regarding a place to grow growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. There is additional correspondence from Christopher Tanzola, Overland LLP, dated May 27th. Additional amendments to the agenda since its publication. Item 4.1, the report I mentioned earlier, the secondary plan review for city-initiated official plan amendments. For various secondary plans, there is a replacement Appendix B, which has been provided to the members on their desks for the Springdale secondary plan, and that information has been loaded onto the city's website. Item 4.3, which is an application for a proposed draft plan of subdivision, Taneyville Phase 2 Lands Incorporated, KLM Planning Partners, southwest corner of Valleyway Drive and Brentwick Drive in Ward 5. There are amended pages 4.3-2 and 4.3-9. And those updated pages have been posted to the city's website. Item 7.2 on this evening's agenda is a report from Planning and Development Services regarding a city-initiated zoning bylaw amendment to permit temporary parking of seasonal recreational vehicle equipment. Please note that staff have since identified that some of the delegations that originally spoke to committee requesting these amendments have not all received notification for this evening's meeting. So staff are respectfully requesting that this item be deferred, item 7.2, to the next Planning and Development Committee meeting, which is on June 17th. So that's for committee's consideration. And finally, staff are also requesting that item 5.1, which are delegations from Peter Howarth, CARP, Canadian Association of Retired Persons, and Myrna Adams, Brampton Senior Council, as well as a report identified as 7.6 from Planning and Development Services regarding the City of Brampton Age-Friendly Strategy and Action Plan. Staff are requesting that those two items be referred to the June 19th City Council meeting in order to align with other matters scheduled for that same meeting. And those are the changes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, City Clerk. Members of the committee, we have a fulsome agenda. And as we go into our public meeting portion,
There's other members of the board.
yes. Are there any members? Yes, Councillor Palushi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, with the indulgence of the committee, I ask that item 4.2 be brought forward and vary the order of the statutory public meetings. as most of the residents here are from Ward 2.
Duly noted. Should we need a vote on that, City Clerk? Okay, that's fine. Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, through the chair. I just wanted to add a discussion on the item to create an advisory committee.
Planning Development Advisory Committee. Okay, so that would be item 9. Okay. So I am adding, as request of staff, members of committee, item 9.2 regarding new purchases, new home purchases, and delay between the purchase and the actual construction. Can I get a mover of the agenda? Moved by Councillor Palashi, second by Councillor Fortini. All in favor? Carried. Declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. No. Consent. Okay. And now we go on to our, yes, Councillor Vicente.
I'm not sure if Mr. Vandenberg is here, but I'd like to pull item 7.5 out of consent for some discussion.
Okay.
Please.
Duly noted. 7.5. Uh, 7.2. Okay. So we have two deferrals, one deferral and one referral. We need a motion? That's right, okay. And we are now on to the public meeting. So this is just a reminder to everyone in the audience today. As we go into our public meeting portion, this is a public meeting of the Planning and Development Committee held in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act of Ontario. The proposals to be heard at this public meeting are the result of applications made under the Planning Act. These are not proposals of the City of Brampton unless they are specifically identified as city-initiated proposals, such as this evening's item 4.1, which is a city-initiated proposal. The intent of this public meeting is to hear submissions from the applicant and public regarding these proposals. Members of the committee may ask questions for clarification, but will not engage in debate on the proposal at this time. Committee consideration of the proposal will occur at a future meeting with planning staff bring forward the final recommendation report on each proposal. The city also has posted on its website supporting information and documentation for these current development applications for public review and reference. We will now proceed to consider this item on this evening's statutory public meeting agenda. And just to, I guess, to clarify it, members of council will not share their personal opinion or how they will vote on the applications. So if you look towards your councillor, looking for him to make comments or figure out if he's approving or supporting the application, this is not where we make those decisions, and this is not where we will provide comment. That's just part of the process. But certainly you have every avenue and opportunity to speak with your councillors regarding any of the application on a one-on-one basis, and they'll certainly note your concerns. So we go on to item 4.2. Yeah. Okay. So we have we need a motion moved regarding the consent agenda, moved by with the change. 7.5, moved by Councillor Fortini. All in favor? Carried. And we go now on to item 4.2, and I believe the city will go. Yep. Okay. So hand it over to you, Alan.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning and Development Committee, interested citizens, residents, and taxpayers that are in attendance tonight. Welcome. My name is Neil Grady, and I'm the planner of the City Planning and Development Services Department that has been assigned the processing and the ongoing review of this application to amend the official plan, zoning bylaw, and a proposed draft plan of subdivision submitted by Partack Gate Kennedy Developments Limited. The lead planning consultant is Glenn Schnarr Associates, Inc., and you see the city file numbers referenced there on this slide. The subject property is located at the southwest quadrant of Kennedy Road and Mayfield Road. It is municipally addressed as 17 Eddystone Drive. The property has a site area of approximately 20 hectares, 49 acres. Frontage is on the south side of Mayfield Road, on the west side of Kennedy Road. And as per the slide, the property is surrounded predominantly by single detached homes, including single detached homes in the town of Caledon on the north side of Mayfield Road. With respect to a community context, schools are available in the neighborhoods to serve the future potential residents from the proposed plan of subdivision. Comments and conditions of draft plan approval will be provided by both school boards, both the public and separate school. The property is accessible to recreation and open space, Leander Heights Park, for example, the Heart Lake Conservation Area. Retail and commercial services are available both at the Loafers Lake Recreation Center, the Heart Lake Town Center, and also at the plaza at the intersection of Hurontario Street and Mayfield Road, and transit accessibility, in particular bus routes 7 and 24, which connects to the larger integrated transit system. The neighborhood context, I'm not going to dwell to great degree of time or length on this particular slide, since I'm assuming that most of the interested members of the public here know full well the neighborhood and community context with respect to the distinct single detached homes that surround the property, along with the associated built form. By way of background, the applicant hosted 2 informal open house meetings in 2017 prior to filing the original application as submitted in October of that year. Those development applications were originally scheduled to proceed to the February 2018 statutory public meeting. However, the applicant requested that those applications as filed be held in abeyance, and they did not proceed. Notification was then provided to assessed owners of land that that public meeting would not be proceeding, and notification of that public meeting not proceeding was provided in both the Brampton Guardian and on the city website, and that any new or revised application would require a new statutory public meeting. Other aspects I'd like to briefly touch upon would be the notification signage. The notification signage that's been posted on the property since 2017 has remained on the property along the Kennedy Road and Mayfield Road frontages. And those since the application was neither withdrawn, approved, or denied, those notification signs have remained. The status of the revised applications and the associated studies, they were filed in April of this year, and comments from staff, internal city departments, and external commenting agencies are required in order to provide a comprehensive analysis of the applications as submitted. Process to date then, notice of complete applications were provided in 2017, circulation to departments, as I just mentioned, and the notice of the public meeting was provided on May 10th, and we are at the statutory public meeting this evening. Public meeting notification area. The area that's shown in the darker colored black circle is the 240-meter notification area by prepaid first-class mail for all assessed owners within that particular area of the subject property. For tonight's public meeting, that area has been expanded to capture approximately 1,066 assessed owners, extending from Conservation Drive in the south to Mayfield Road in the north, the Leander Heights communities, and then extending to the Kennedy Road communities and the Heart Lake Conservation Area to the east. This slide shows the plan of subdivision as originally submitted in 2017 on the left-hand side, and the plan of subdivision as revised The predominant revisions, the key revisions to the plan of subdivision involve revisions to the single detached housing mix. The proposed townhouse dwelling types that are shown in dark orange and a lighter orange color north of the new proposed northerly street remain in essentially their same locations as do the proposed dual frontage townhouses on Kennedy Road. The change and revisions with respect to the lot mix involves revisions to the single detached lots along streets A and L. Those are the two proposed new streets to the subdivision, and along streets I and J. A reduction in the total number of 9.15 meter wide or 30-foot wide single detached lots from 67 to 57 lots. And those locations are now shown on the plan as revised, essentially east of Street K and along portions of streets I and J. And then the introduction of 45-foot wide lots west of Street K. Those revisions has the effect of reducing the total overall number of dwelling units from 382 units as originally submitted to 359 units. In addition, other revisions include deleting an open space walkway block adjacent to the west side of Street E and replacing it with a new proposed 2.67 acre park, providing a curvilinear shape for Street E as it runs against the new proposed park, widening the Street K right-of-way, which is the north-south street that runs through the center of the community, to 20 meters to provide for 2 sidewalks on either side and a double row of staggered trees as proposed, and also widening Street C, which leads to the proposed townhouses to the north, to 20 meters to provide for 2 sidewalks on either side of that street. With respect then to the specifics of the proposed revised draft plan of subdivision on the screen with the land use schedule, there are 4 single detached lots, those minimum lot widths of 16.7 meters or 55 feet, and those are shown in the dark brown color. 12 single detached lots with minimum lot widths of 15.2 meters or 50 feet. They're shown in the lighter brown color. 62 single detached lots with minimum lot widths of 45 feet, shown in a dark gray color. The 47 single detached lots are shown in a yellow, and they have minimum lot widths proposed of 11.6 meters or 38 feet. And the smallest of the proposed lot types, the 57 single detached lots with minimum lot widths of 9.15 meters or 30 feet. There are 113 street townhouse units with minimum dwelling unit widths of approximately 20 feet. There is the aforementioned proposed 1.08 hectare park along the westerly portion of the subdivision, an area of about 2.67 acres. There is the 1.83 hectare or 4.5 acre natural heritage system lands. That comprises a wetland towards the southerly boundary of the property in light green, and it's surrounded by a proposed 30-meter wide or 98-foot wide buffer. There are 2 stormwater management ponds shown in light blue at the northwest section of the proposed plan of subdivision and also at the southeast as well. There are some walkway blocks that are proposed from Kennedy Road, and one from Kennedy Road and one from the intersection of Mayfield and Kennedy. And there are other features as well, such as noise attenuation buffer blocks, road widenings, and the internal road network that is shown on the plan of subdivision. The planning framework that we have to evaluate the applications against are listed on this slide as well. They include provincial legislation and requirements, the regional official plan and the city official plan, and the city zoning bylaw. The current official plan designations, the properties designated residential and open space in the official plan. It's part of the Area 3 Snellgrove Upscale Executive Residential designation on another schedule of the official plan. And it also, the provincially significant wetland is also identified on Schedule D. With respect to the current secondary plan designations, the property is designated low-density residential, special site area number 2, and recreational open space. The applicant's proposed official plan amendment is to add a new policy section to the secondary plan to implement an upscale executive residential community at a maximum density of 15 units per net residential acre, whereas the current policies permit a maximum density of 6 units per net residential acre, and to establish single-family detached dwellings and townhouse dwellings with minimum lot widths that are less than the current permitted 50 feet and 30 feet respectively. And the provincially significant wetland and recreational open space designations are retained as they apply to the Chesham Pond. The property is currently zoned agricultural A. This is an extract of the applicant's proposed schedule to the draft official zoning bylaw amendment to implement the lots and blocks and uses and various features on the proposed plan of subdivision. Two key issues that have been identified to date. One involves urban design. Built form, open space, community features and details will be assessed as part of our ongoing review of the applicant's community design guidelines and official plan policies. The justification put forward by the applicant to amend the official plan to provide for an increased residential density and smaller lot sizes, and that is, again, part of the ongoing review and assessment. At the public meeting then, next steps in the process would be collecting the technical comments, the preparation of a final report. My contact information is on this slide. The information report and this presentation will also be posted on the city website. And the applicant contact information, Mr. Brawley, is also shown there. And Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Mr. David Stewart of Williams & Stewart Associates Limited. Mr. Stewart has taken a lead role in some of the architectural and community design features associated with the application as proposed. And thank you very much for your attention.
That's the applicant. Okay, I believe the applicant will wish to make a submission. Please come forward. Or the representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Colin Chung of Glenstone Associates. I'm the planner for the applicant. Before I introduce David Stewart of David Stewart Architects, who's going to be doing the bulk of the presentation tonight, I just want to touch upon a few key highlights of the last 2 years of process. Before I proceed, though, I think we have a time limit of 5 minutes. I think David Stewart will need more than 5 minutes for presentation. So with your indulgence, Mr. Chairman, if I can seek extension of another 5 minutes to 10 minutes.
Yeah, moved by Councillor Palashi. All in favor? Carried.
I know Mr. Grady covered some aspects of this. It's been about 2 years, Mr. Chairman, since the Paradise applicant had proceeded with development proposal for this site. First part of that process involved, as Mr. Neil Grady identified, were 2 open houses that the applicant initiated with the residents. The purpose of that is to engage the residents in the outset of the proposal to get their input on the type of development and type of elements of community design that they would like to see. As Mr. Grady reported to you, the formal application was filed after 2 public open houses were held. I guess the greatest challenge with this type of application, Mr. Chairman, is try to find a balance between resident needs, current provincial and municipal land use policies, and as well the development objectives. Since the formal application was filed, the applicant had put a pause on the application in early 2018 on the basis that the applicant needed to think about how to balance and come up with the strike a balance between those 3 objectives. The application was re-engaged earlier this year, and I'd just like to get into some of the fundamental nature of the resident needs, as well as some of the elements that the applicant consultant team had reflected on the current draft plan of subdivision. One of the key issues, Mr. Chairman, that the residents enunciated at the 2 open houses was they asked the question, could this subdivision be designed without Inter Heights Drive being extended to this subdivision so there's no road connection to it? So one of the things that we did was we looked at that scheme and we've explored an opportunity to have access onto Kennedy Road without Inter Heights Drive being extended from the existing community to this new subdivision. And I can certainly say that in my review of the traffic impact study, there is an opportunity to separate Inter Heights Drive without extending into the subdivision and create a subdivision of its own traffic access to Kennedy Road. And that's the proposal before you today. Second key issue that the residents raised, which is very important, is how to protect and maintain the existing green space. There is an existing wetland to the south of this property. This wetland was staked by the city and with TRCA, with the applicant, and that staked area has been demarcated on the draft plan subdivision. And also, within that stake limit, there's a proposal for a 30-meter environmental buffer being proposed. So there's an open space component that's been protected through this draft plan subdivision that the resident identified as a key importance to future development of this subdivision. The next key element that the residents had raised was, can we enhance the public space as part of the development of this subdivision? So one of the things that we looked at was how to explore and determine the usage of the existing Inter Heights Park and really create a, I call it active and enlarged parkland system that the existing residents can enjoy, as well as the future residents to this subdivision can enjoy. So one of the things that we looked at, Mr. Chairman, was finding ways to create an enlarged parkland. It's a park that would be serving the community and the children in the future by creating additional 2.67 acres of parkland to the existing park and creating more of an active and enjoyable parkland for the future residents. With the parkland, key component with the wetland as well as the buffer and the parkland was creating a very elaborate and comprehensive pedestrian active transportation system. And one of the things that the consultant team looked at was utilizing the existing park and large parkland to that and the protection of wetland. How do you create a active and comprehensive pedestrian and active transportation linkage? And one of the things that was challenged by the city and the residents was how to design this subdivision that provide for that. And one of the key things that I think I would like to highlight is that through this subdivision, some of the, disconnected linkage of pedestrian trails and connections have been now proposed to be incorporated as a complete connection from the existing community to the west, which is Inter Heights community, to the community to the east of Kennedy Road. And through this subdivision, there's going to be a very comprehensive public and pedestrian linkage being proposed. I should highlight that when you look at this subdivision, approximately 20% of the land has been dedicated, proposed by the applicant to be green space. The other key aspect, and this is a key issue for the residents, is this is existing urban area. It's an infill development. There's a mature community to the west and east and south of this 50-acre block. And how do you maintain the existing character or enhance the existing character of the neighborhood by proposing this subdivision? And that was a great challenge to us, Mr. Chairman. And so the current application, as Mr. Neil Grady had summarized, is proposing less density than what was actually introduced through the original application. 50% of the dwelling units are single-family detached dwelling units. One of the challenges, as I noted, is how do you overcome the current provincial and municipal land use policies that speak to providing for a variety of housing mix and density. And the current application, which is less denser than the original application, is proposing to achieve or strike a balance between the three, objectives. I'm going to let David Stewart talk about the strong urban design and built form. The character of the community, the mature community. It is an executive community that's being planned and built in this general vicinity south of Mayfield Road today. The applicant wishes to maintain that integrity of the mature community that is upscale. And the key component to achieving that in our opinion, is not just by lot sizes, it's also by strong and very creative and enhanced architectural treatments and urban design elements. And David Stewart will get into a lot more detail about that. And I guess the bottom line is this, that the application that's before you, Mr. Chairman, is trying to strike a balance between what the community needs and achieving the character of the community as upscale executive neighborhood, and try to introduce housing form and density that adheres to the current provincial and municipal land use policies. So we hope that we look forward to working with the residents and with the city staff and with the agencies, and we're looking to tweak and modify or improve this draft plan subdivision to achieve that balance. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and I believe Mr. Stewart.
Hello, my name is David Stewart. As I was introduced by Colin and by Neil, I've been quite involved in the preparation of the community design guidelines, in working with city staff and the team of consultants in creating what we feel is an upscale executive housing community. And I just want to provide tonight some of an overview of the key executive housing design elements that we have been proposing within the community. I'm cognizant of the time constraints, and I will try to be brief in my presentation. So a key element of the community is Chesham Pond. We know this is a naturalized amenity. It will be enhanced and protected and will become an amenity for the entire community. It will also provide a green interface between the homes to the south and to the west that are existing and the new homes that are being proposed. And it will also have a lot of enhancements. And by that I mean there will be a 100-foot wetland buffer surrounding the provincially significant wetland. There are stormwater management elements, bioswales, etc., that will maintain the water balance to ensure that the pond is functioning appropriately and maintains a good water balance. And as well, there's extensive plantings that will be provided, and these will then enhance the bird, bee, and butterfly habitats within the wetland area. There's a trail system that works its way through. Actually, what we're looking at is a rendering looking southeast towards the pond. And you can see that there's several features, trail system that works its way through the pond that will hook to the existing trail system in the community, as well as the future trail through the park. There will be interpretive educational signage located along the trail system that will talk about some of the features within the wetlands, the flora, fauna, etc. So that will be an educational element. As well, there is a wetland lookout feature located at the south end of what we term the promenade. And this area I'll talk about in a little bit more detail in a second. As well as the wetland, as we've seen on the plans prior, has been comprehensively planned with the park system. Included in that is a wetland-themed adventure playground, which will overlook in the area of the wetland and will be designed with elements that are themed around that wetland theming. Another key plank in the design of the community is the revitalization and expansion of the Inter Heights Park. The current park will be upgraded, updated, and revitalized, and that will be done at the expense of the developer. And the park will then be expanded on and expanded by adding the school lands, which have been recently purchased and will be added at the north end of the park, as well as the additional lands that will be within the subject lands that are going to be dedicated by the developer. So all combined, you will have, when you take into consideration the park expansion, the wetland area, buffers, and swim ponds, or storm management, you'll have a connected 15-acre interconnected open space network that runs through the community. The enlarged park also helps in providing separation between the new proposed development and the existing development. And within that redesigned park, and there has been a lot of back and forth with city staff and Strybos Baron King landscape architects in creating a key upscale executive park within this community. And some of those features it has are adult fitness stations, themed adventure playgrounds, multi-purpose play courts, as I mentioned before, extensive trails through the park. At the north end of the park, there will be a toboggan hill. There will be a straight shade structure in the park at a view terminus location, upgraded park furniture. And given the shape of the park and the design of the subdivision, that has inspired the name of the community to be Parkside Heights, which is what we're terming it. Here is a conceptual view from Inder Heights Park, or Inder Heights Drive, I should say, looking east towards the park with the play courts in the background, playground even further back, the new houses that will face onto the expanded park, and the trail system. This is another conceptual view looking north towards Mayfield this time, and it has been, it's an artist's rendering that is based on the landscape master plan that the landscape architect has prepared. Street and lotting pattern. Colin did touch on this. I just want to reiterate somewhat, but I won't dwell on it. But the vehicular access will be from Kennedy Road strictly, so that the planned extension of Inder Heights Drive will not occur. That will limit through traffic into the development or through any through traffic into the Inder Heights community. So it will be self-contained in off Kennedy Road. There's a tight street grid which provides for ample walkability and permeability through the community. And also there are, on this slide, if you look at the purple arrows, those are indicating the view corridors. So the views into the park and into the wetland, into the roundabout, these have all been well thought out and will help to ensure that you've got ample houses facing onto the open space areas for public safety and visibility. Transition of lot sizes, as Colin had mentioned before, the larger of the lots are located in the closest proximity to the existing homes, and the transit supportive lot sizes, including the townhouses and dual frontage townhouses, are located closer to Mayfield and with some on Kennedy Road in proximity to existing transit stops. This slide shows the overall active transportation network, which includes a network of sidewalks and trails. The intent here is to support walkability, jogging, cycling, so that there's a healthy community created. There will be the extension of the existing multi-use trail going up Kennedy Road, as well as along Mayfield Road, so that will be linked with the creation of this subdivision. And the intent is really to create a fitness-oriented community. This will also allow permeability from east to west to the ravine systems that are flanking on either side of the community. Key to delivering an upscale executive community is not just in the lot sizes or houses. And I think one of the commitments that the developer has made and has allowed us to kind of create further in terms of the features that are involved is the urban design characteristics that we've got here. So I'm going to go through quickly a few of them. There's going to be a centrally located roundabout at the intersection of streets A and K. And this will provide a landmark gateway feature that will be, well landscaped, it will be kind of a defining landmark element within the community. As well, you're going to have the 4 of the largest lots surrounding this roundabout, and they will have customized architecture on those particular lots. So that's a view looking west towards the roundabout. Street K is a promenade. The street has been widened to allow for double sidewalks as well as a double row of trees that will form a canopy on either side of the sidewalk. And this street runs from the roundabout down to the wetland. At the terminus is a wetland overlook feature that I talked about before. There's a little image of it in the top right corner. That will be a shade structure that also provides for a seating area, Muskoka seating, and will provide a kind of a community amenity to overlook this natural feature. The gateway at Mayfield and Mississauga Road will also be themed and will provide walkway access out to the transit stops from internal of the subdivision. We'll also have seating, Muskoka chairs, and upscale executive features such as masonry walls, signage, pillars, and decorative fencing. The architecture that flanks that walkway I will get into that in a second, but those are the dual frontage townhouses, and they have been designed as we're looking at them, and we've worked very closely with the design architect to ensure that we've got a very strong built form theming to enclose that space. Other features involve the use of upgraded street lighting, upgraded signage, crosswalk treatments. The theming of the community is based on the wetland location, so there's interpretive signage, as I've mentioned, as well as a wetland-based theme and other key landscaping elements. So getting into the housing. There is a variety of housing provided. There's going to be singles that range from 30-foot frontages up to 55-foot frontages. These are primarily two-story, but will also include bungalow options. There are street townhouses located at the north portion of the development.
Mr. Stewart, as we've already on this item gone to 19 minutes, I would suggest if you can wrap it up in the next minute or so.
I will do so, I'm sorry. What I wanted to do is show you some of the houses that are being proposed. So the larger 38-footers and 45-footers on the top, the 30-footers on the bottom. These are the proposed townhouses. They are 20-foot lots, range from about 1,500 to 2,000 square feet. These are the executive dual frontage towns that run, that flank onto, or face rather, onto Kennedy and Mayfield. They will have 2-car garages and range to up to about 2,500 square feet. And my last slide really is the sustainability measures within the community. And I just want to say that there will be, there's been a number of elements proposed: energy efficient housing, age-friendly and healthy community that is providing active transportation, close to transit, provides a range of housing opportunities for downsizing, first-time buyers, singles, fitness opportunities throughout the community, as well as preserving and enhancing natural features. And when ranked against the Brampton Sustainability Metrics Scale, it scored a gold, which is actually a very significant achievement for a greenfield subdivision.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stewart. At this time, I have 3 delegations, but for anyone who's interested in providing comments, please come forward. You can register at the, with our staff. When you come to the podium, please provide your name and your address for public record, and you have 5 minutes. Right now, in terms of my list, I have Mr. Dave Capel. Mr. David Lang, my apologies. So Mr. David Lang, you can come forward, please. People can register at the back. Let's just give it a couple minutes then. You can register at the back. Mr. Lang, if you want to.
Is this a third person from the development?
No, sir, I'm just going to hit a slide.
So members of the audience, again, if you can line up, if you can just line up with our staff. And I would ask that we just be respectful that we have someone who's about to speak, and you can come forward to the podium now.
Sure.
And please provide your name and address, and you have 5 minutes. So I would ask again that everyone please be mindful that we do have speakers now. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of committee, members of staff, and members of the public. I appreciate this opportunity to speak about this important topic that we're discussing tonight. My name is David Lang. I'm a longtime resident of Brampton in the Heart Lake area. I live on Don Ridge Trail in number 34, which is just outside of the public notification area, but still very close to the subdivision in question. I find myself in the interesting situation of actually supporting this particular development. The 37 residents per hectare, while higher density than the immediate surrounding neighborhoods, is still well below the 50 residents per hectare greenfield density target as specified by the province of Ontario's growth plan. And the fact is that we need to embrace higher density development in our neighborhoods. Rather than being viewed as a bad thing, higher density development delivers a number of benefits to the citizens. First and foremost is affordability. Higher density is less costly to service and generates more tax revenue from developed land. That means that the population growth in the area will mostly pay its own way as opposed to having to be heavily subsidized by the existing tax base. And I can tell you from a personal standpoint, I am becoming increasingly resentful of paying 30 to 50% more taxes than an equivalently valued home in Toronto. And the misconception is that our taxes are so high because the city is growing so fast. And the reality is that our taxes are higher because the average home density in Brampton is so low. So in order to maintain affordability, average density in every city neighborhood must go up. Now, higher density also allows for complete communities that support transit, walking and biking, local employment opportunities, affordable housing, more room for parks and green space, recreation centers, and other community amenities. Of course, the devil is in the details, and we've heard some of those details tonight, and I feel actually quite encouraged about it. And my sense is that this development is heading in the right direction. On the surface, this plan looks great with plenty of park space, protected wetland, sidewalks on internal streets, live-work units that are right now optional, but I would like to see them being implemented, and walkable, bikeable access to the surrounding community. What's important to me are the things that we can't tell from looking at the block plan, and as I say, we got some insight into those details this evening. Will the streetscape be pleasant and approachable? Certainly appears to be that that's the case. Will the building architecture be beautiful and fit in with the surrounding neighborhood? I would say yes. Will the development conform to the city's sustainable community development guidelines for things like energy efficiency, green infrastructure, transit support, water conservation, and stormwater management, to name but a few? I would say the answer, again, from the information that was provided tonight is yes. So the city needs to be serious about reducing its carbon and environmental footprint. This subdivision presents an opportunity to set a new tone for sustainable infill development in Brampton and to bring new urban vitality to the Heart Lake area. So I challenge both council members and staff, as well as the development community, to ensure that this plan lives up to that potential. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please next come forward, state your name and address, please.
Good evening. My name is Aziz Bacchus. I own a piece of property at the corner of Eddystone and In the Heights. In the original proposal prior to these new owners, it was part of a building lot, surveyed and pinned as building lots. Now, by removing that and give it to the park, you have a piece of dead land that would build up garbages. It's not big enough to use as a lot, but we're talking here about provincial laws and all these things. Well, the provincial law says to use as much land as you can for as much house as you can. And here we are wasting a piece of land that can be used for a house that would give the city money in taxes and give the developer one extra lot. I spoke to a gentleman here tonight and he told me it was not in their interest to build or to use that land. Well, there's enough land behind that little piece that I own to create a full building lot of a 75-foot building lot by 100. And we're going to leave a piece of land, and the only thing I have to do with that land now is store equipment. That would be farm equipment, which would be legal for me, or have a drunk party on it whenever I feel like. Or give it to people plant gardens with barrels and sheds around. It will be no good for these people up here. It will bring their property value down. And I'm listening to this gentleman, we're talking about the wetland. Well, if I take his drawings right now, I can prove to you the wetland is not benefiting these people up here. It's benefiting the developer. So look carefully at the wetland, what they're using the wetland for. It's a lipstick on a pig. So what you guys are doing, allowing them to do what they're doing here, all these people up here are going to lose property value. And so am I. I'm going to lose my money too. Point I'm making is you need to go back to them, look at the amount of houses you're putting in there, look at the traffic volume you would have. I try to drive through Brampton. I used to live in Brampton for 28 years. Today you can walk faster than the traffic in Brampton, especially if you start going back up in Heart Lake. This is not the first time this subdivision came up. And every time it comes up, it have more houses and more houses. We got to stop that. Got to stop it because, you know, what I look up there, we creating a slum city. I'm not living in Brampton anymore. I'm living in the country. Point I'm making, and do not give these people a slum city to live in. So you guys can look at my little piece of property and take it from there and look at the water management. They're saying that they give us how many percentage, 20% of your property for park? Well, look at it carefully. It's not benefiting the people. It's benefiting the developers. Because you look at what they're using the park for, draining of the water, people are going to throw their garbage down in the water management pond, in the sewer. It's going to go to the water management pond, and the children will be playing around there. Have a great look at it and see. And again, like I said, if I lose this piece of property, it's going to cost me a lot of money, and the only use I have for it is store garbage on it, and which nothing the town can do to me, because it will be well legal within the farm rights. So I beg you guys to put it back. Two things, your choices you have. Ask the developer to create it back as a lot, or buy me out and make it all green land so it can be used. Do you want to say something?
I do.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I guess, would you like to ask for clarification, Councillor Palache?
Are you done?
Yes, I'm done.
Okay. Yeah, then yes.
Okay, thank you. So just a reminder, I appreciate that this committee isn't doing anything. This committee is simply, as part of the
Yes.
Planning Act, there is a public meeting. So there's no decision to be made, and we can't stop anyone from bringing forward an application.
No, I know that. I know that.
Mr. Chair, my
But
questions
it's got to be
are-
approved by
I've got
somebody.
Questions
Okay, you have
for the
questions?
delegation, yeah.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the delegation. So from my understanding, what you're basically here doing right now is trying to either sell your piece of property, which is the sliver, or buy an extra piece of property with the threat that you're going to dump garbage on that
No, I
piece of
didn't say,
property?
no, I did not say I'll dump garbage
I
in it.
think you
If
absolutely
please-
said that.
No, I didn't, but that was what it meant to be. What I'm saying, the only use it would become of, because I can't use it for nothing else. The point I'm making is, it don't have the size to become a lot on its own. And because of that, it'll become a dumping ground like we have right now. Or the only thing I can use it for after is to store equipment on it, because it's no value. Farmland, it's a farmland. I'm just trying to point out to you what can happen down the road with it. That's all the point I'm trying to make to you. What can happen with it in the future for the residents? Because it have no value to me, so why should I maintain it properly? Tell me.
So your your request is that you have a piece of property that you would like to essentially do something with, either build or sell.
The developers or somebody should decide, let's do something with it.
So maybe staff can take you aside afterwards and you can have that discussion.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor
Thank you.
Palashi. Thank you. Duly noted. Please come forward, state your name and address as well, please.
Hi, my name is Rajbir Guman. I live at 180 Wexford Road. It's not anywhere near, it's more south. I'm all for this project right now. Pretty much a little bit about my background. I'm 26 years old, grew up in the area there. I went to Heart Lake Secondary School, also went to the middle school, Robert H. Lagerquest. And right now, the biggest thing is affordability, right? Obviously, with the detaches and stuff like that, those are going to be out of my price range and all that. As a first-time home buyer, I won't be able to touch none of those houses, especially those detaches. I'll be most likely looking into the townhouses. My parents live, obviously, just south there on Wexford Road, and I want to stay in the same area there. This is where I work in Brampton. I want to stay close to my parents. I want to stay in Brampton, and my main concern is affordability, and that's why I'm all for this project, especially the townhouses. I got nothing else to say. That's it.
Great. Thank you very much. Next, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Balwinder, and I'm 12600 Heart Lake Road. And as I take the main concern for the, you can say, residents and the city not so far is about the number of the lots which being added, smaller ones, which I appreciate, and I think this is as per the provincial policy also, that you have to have the vertical growth or like more density growth rather than higher. And as pointed out earlier, in the same way, I can say that the taxes in Brampton are more because we have not learned from the Mississauga to increase more density, either vertically or horizontally whatsoever. We are still making those multi-million-dollar mansions and not thinking about the millennials, which are our kids, and which has to live in the neighborhood. There is none, like, of course, some development on the Mayfield on the other side, they have townhome, but I still need that the Brampton needs more townhome and the vertical, like multi-level homes, rather than the big mansions of few acres each. And of course, I'm happy to see that at least more space is left for the green space, which doesn't look doubtful, but anyway, city is always there to take care whether their intentions are right or no, or there is some legal whatever. But I'm happy that the more lots are being built up. That's one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, please come forward, state your name and address, please.
Sure. I'm going to refrain from stating my specific address because this is going to be on YouTube, but I'll state where I live.
Okay.
Good evening, council members, staff, and applicants, and
Your
concerned
name, sorry?
residents. Sorry, T.R. Sharma
Okay.
from Tapestry Ridge. Although I'm standing here alone, I represent many concerned residents of Tapestry Ridge. Over the weekend, I put together a petition, and very quickly I was able to get 42 signatures. If I had started canvassing the area sooner, I'm certain I would have received hundreds of signatures. Every resident I spoke with expressed their deep satisfaction within living this well-established community and concern about maintaining the integrity of it. Many residents have lived in this community for a decade or much longer. For example, on my street, which only contains 14 homes, there are still 4 original owners, and they have lived on the street for 32 years. There are also many original owners within Tapestry Ridge, Park Lane Estates, and Stonegate. We understand that this parcel of land will be developed, but we're opposing the proposal for several reasons, and I want to highlight some of the main points of the petition. First, we're opposing amending the official plan to the Snell Grove Heart Lake Secondary Plan and the proposed zoning bylaw to the upscale executive housing. This is an infill site and should conform to the surrounding community in the same ways in which Tapestry Ridge, Stonegate, Park Lane Estates, and even the town of Caledon, north of Mayfield, has. The proposed subdivision is a substantial increase in units per net residential acre from 6 to 15, which is 2.5 times more than the current zoning bylaw. Approximately 64%, which equates to 177 units of the development is townhomes. which in our opinion, it doesn't seem reasonable. We understand that the land is valuable and that there's a mandate from the province to increase density. While we're advocating this site to contain only single detached executive-style residential housing, a reasonable compromise would be to increase the units per net residential acre to 8 and have 20% of the development contain executive-style townhomes. We've all paid a premium to live in this charming part of Brampton because we are under the assumption that it would always remain this way, and we don't want this development to decrease the value of our homes. Secondly, we believe that more green space is needed to protect the wetland and the pond. It is our opinion that there's not enough green space allotted to protect the pond located in the southern part of the property, and this needs to be done to prevent flooding and the impact of wildlife. There's been a significant amount of wildlife that has come into the local community, and I think if you further develop this, we'll see more of that. Simply, the road is too close. Also, it's not clear what's going to be done to protect the pond and the stream that's located next to 6 Ender Heights. According to the diagram, again, it looks like there's very little green space around it, and there is a road very close to it. Our third opposition is combining the Ender Heights Park with the new proposed subdivision. Ender Heights Park is currently serving several hundred homes and should be left as is. As the proposal stands now, with all the townhomes, this will vastly increase the number of families with small children, and the park will become inundated. Another concern of ours is traffic congestion. Overall traffic congestion in North Brampton has increased significantly over the last several years. The impact study of this subdivision can't be done in isolation. There are several subdivisions currently being built west of here, Ontario, on Mayfield and Wanless roads, and because there isn't another north-south artery, the traffic will come across Mayfield to get to 410. Even with the widening of Mayfield and Kennedy Roads, this will have difficulty serving this new development. There's other concerns that we have, which are located in the petition, which I'll pass on, includes about concerns for school, landscaping, children's safety, and noise buffers. In conclusion, we believe that this parcel of land is unique in character and has access to natural habitats. The proposed rezoning offers no benefit to the current local community and will affect it negatively. We respect that this land will be developed. However, 64% townhome is not in keeping with the current bylaw and is not reasonable to the surrounding communities. Nor do we believe that the developer has achieved with this proposal a balance in its objectives.
Thank you very much. And also the petition, if you can provide a copy of the city clerk?
I haven't yet, but I will.
Oh, okay, that's
So,
great.
Could I do a point of order? I don't know what it's called before my time starts. I have a document from the first time this was done, attempted development by Glenn Schnarr and Associates in 2005 that had a map of the subdivision showing 202 houses. And that was massively talked against by an entire room full. We are being shown that we cut our proposal by 18 houses, but it's almost double what in 2005 was 202. Why isn't the 202 by the same developer there? Before I start my time, because
I
wasn't going to go there, but it's all been talked. I touched that and it dropped. And the clock's going. But they've only said these two, but there was a third.
So I appreciate that. I had actually asked staff.
It's misleading and wrong.
If staff can just comment, basically the right of the applicant and regarding the whole thing about application. So I'll hand it over you to Mr. Parsons.
That's right, Mr. Chairman. So just for the benefit of the members here at the public tonight for this application, it is a fact that there was a previous development application in the early 2000s relating to the subject site. That application, while it had received some level of approval, ultimately the application was withdrawn. That application really subsided, really was no longer. It's really really the right of any landowner to really propose a development application that would be processed by staff or heard by committee and council. And it's really also the right of any landowner to withdraw an application at any point in time as well. So that's what occurred at that point in time. So then further, it's the right of the landowner at this point in time to file a new application and to really address, really configure that new application in any way that they'd like to propose for consideration again by staff and by council. So that's what we're dealing with
Can I
tonight.
clarify then? Don't we have the right to have the 2002 there with the 2019? So people can see the difference.
Well, my understanding, and staff can confirm, they're separate applications.
Right,
Each
so why
application,
is 2018 there? To show that we're better people and we increase the green a little bit.
So through you, Mr. Chairman, just
A little bit, because look at the green from one to the other. That's all they did, but they're showing they're good people.
So, through you, Mr. Chairman, the reason why staff has identified really the original application as noted here on the left side of the slide and the current application as noted on the right side is because these two plans were really submitted really by way of the same development application. So this current development application, which has a very particular file number that city is using to process the application, really has received these two different types of applications. We want to make the community aware of the fact as to how it had come in, how it's morphed.
yeah. And just like to point out as by Councillor Paleshi, the representative of the area, it's the same planner, but it was a different developer at the time. So I will give you have your time, and please.
It's at 3:40 already.
It's okay. I will give you your 5 minutes because I'm afraid of you right now. So
Okay.
go ahead.
William Gardner, been living in the area of Stonegate for 28 years. I would like to deny this proposing change. I think it makes a mockery of how you use conservation land. This is conservation land, not development land that you're going to put the maximum amount of houses on. I did have a little bit of the history. In 2005, same owners called that a pond, called it a park, and we had to come to the meeting and said, the park you have at the bottom is a pond and nobody walks on water. Now they call it a wetland because in 2019 it's a nicer name. In the 14 years that have gone on since that first proposal, housing price and land prices massively increased. Why aren't they happy with a massive increase in profit by a plan that would fit in with the current community? Second point, nowhere are they saying numbers, and I'm hearing worse numbers, but let me do it. City of Brampton says 3.5 residents live per house, 1.9 are children. That means the area you're looking at is 1,256 people, of which 682 are children. And tell me, where do the children play? Okay? 1,256. However, I am hearing that some of these are 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom, or 5-bedroom, so they can now even be let out as flats to people to help pay the mortgage. So the density could be much higher than 3.5. Next point. I come to the children because I'm a grandfather. I think of what legacy we will leave the children and the children of the future generations of Brampton. Children matter the most of all, not the developers and how much money. Ask yourself, where will the children play? I also and my wife taught high school for 34 years. So you dedicate yourself to help children, but when children come from very, very rough or difficult neighborhoods, then you have that much harder of a job, and we shouldn't be infilling that significantly. This is not the Brampton that I know. This is not Flower City. They don't have room for flowers. Next point. How do we preserve declared wetlands? They wanted to build on it. Now they can't. So they say, oh, look, 20% of it is now we're donating to the community. No, if you did a mathematical calculation, I taught math and computer science, 15 or 16% looks like wetlands they can't touch. So therefore they're doing 3 or 4% of their land, and all the rest of it is what we as a community already own. It ain't right. That little park, if you think back to the map where they told how they're going to develop Indoor Heights, which is not their land, they only showed you less than half the map because it didn't go to the center street. And there is more than half of the land on the other side of the center street, but they showed you, look how much parkland will be here, and look at a picture of these townhouses here, but they didn't do the other. The land at Block Housing, and I lost sequence. Okay, the block houses, which they call townhouses, 160 of them, 17 townhouses back onto them. These block houses face block houses, back on block houses, and have block houses on both sides. This, I'm sorry, I was doing the numbers wrong. These 177 housing units, just look at the area above Street A and Street E, that whole orange and above. This area will hold by 3.5, 619 people, of which 336 will be children. In that area, 336 children. As a kid, when I grew up in Montreal, you played dodgeball on the street with your friends. Here they can play dodgeball with the cars, because that many houses in that small a place, where do the kids go? Where do they live?
Can I ask you to wrap up?
Okay. I think this proposal is insane. They got 19 minutes to do the first presentation and about another 15. They don't own the wetlands. We do. The traffic configuration, my last point. Everybody has to go out Street A. Opposite is Ken Park. I know everyone will be a nice person. They will wait at the traffic light, go left down Mayfield Road, wait at that traffic light because it goes east-west, and then they're going to go up the hill to get to the 410. Personally, they're all going to blow through the traffic light, along Penn Park to one stop sign, up Stonegate to one stop sign, and they're on Mayfield in the 410. You can't have that configuration. You have maybe 1,500 people going through Ken Park and parking on Ken Park.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Just a reminder for everyone, for those who don't feel comfortable delegating, you have every opportunity to provide comments to staff or your local area representatives, Councillor Willens and Councillor Palashi. They will certainly pass on any comments or concerns that you may have. Please come forward, name and address.
I'm Nancy Chow. I live at Enchanted Court. Mr. Chair, members of the council, and members of our community. I have real concerns with this particular proposal. I heard Mr. Stewart's presentation. It is a very nice presentation, and he's trying to sell us on why it is that there should be these particular homes are high density, and basically this particular parcel of land does not support 359 homes. And also the other key thing is they're trying to sell us on the fact that these are executive high-scale homes without lot sizes. They emphasize the frontage of the homes as 50, 40, 35, And to me, I'm not convinced, because if you look at those lots in relation to the existing lot, they certainly are not those sizes. And on top of it, the width, or the length of the homes are no longer than 100 feet. So therefore, there's some concerns. My concern with it is that I don't have any issues with that piece of land being developed, but there has to be some built form conformity of the homes. The people in this community have stressed over and over again that primarily we want large homes that are reflected in the community. And so far, they have not addressed that. And the other key thing is that I don't believe it's going to support the number of people that are living there, because there's a proposed expected density. Already I expressed to the developers that north of us in north of Mayfield, we already had an existing development from Caledon. And basically they came and they had to tear up our streets, put in new water mains and so forth to support the water tables that were coming through our homes. The other key thing is that already Caledon exploits our infrastructure already at the corner of Mayfield and Kennedy. And I am not proposed for this, because just like the gentleman has said before, there is way too much traffic there. As far as the schooling is concerned, if you're concerned about the children, I don't think that our school system can support that. I'm a former Peel employee, and I was an administrator for Peel District School Board. I opened the school at Sandalwood, at Torbram and Sandalwood. The projected housing was the same thing as this, and as all of the people have expressed, they are for single family and with the expectation of maybe 4 people per dwelling. The year that we opened, we were expectation of schools coming into Sandalwood, which is a secondary school. It was supposed to be 400. That year we opened the school with 1,000 students, and we had to turn the students away, and they were basically deflected to Brathwaite and to Louise Arbour and to Brathwaite and Chinguacousy. So therefore, the proposal by the developers, they have not done their homework. They have, and as I said before, I spoke to the developers. Their prime motive is to make money. I'm not against making money. However, you could build bigger homes and you can make it there. And they should also thank the community for making this a very desirable community to live in, because these people would never be able to afford to sell these townhomes at $795,000, and their proposal is for the single dwellings to be $1.2 million. In the meantime, as I said before, our community has been disrupted and interfered with the development north of us. And also, there will also be a proposal down at Professor Lake in which you're going to be putting high multi-story apartments, which is also going to cause another 2,000 units to be built. Where is the infrastructure to support all of these people living here? And the gentleman just made a point about the children playing in the street. For each one of those homes, everyone owns 2 cars. Where are they going to park? We can't park the cars out on the streets. And also, that's an eyesore as far as I'm concerned. When you're walking through a community and all you see are parked cars everywhere, and especially in the density that it is, those pictures are wonderful. I thank the architects for that. But that's, to me, I sat here for 20 minutes listening to a timeshare. You're trying to do a good job trying to sell me, but I'm a community here. I'm a community member. I'm not convinced. I also want council to understand, we've lived in this community for 20 years. My taxes are pretty close or over $8,000. I've made a heavy investment to live here. All right? And as I said to these developers, what is my vested interest? Are you lowering our taxes? You're not going to lower our taxes. And the other key thing is it's incomprehensible that just because you're putting it there, it means that, yes, it's true, you're going to have increased revenues in terms of our property taxes. And as I said, as members of the community, we have voted all of you people here on this council. We support you, and we pay our taxes to have this particular community the way we like it. And I have a vested interest, just like all of the folks here, in terms of keeping our community a safe, viable, and livable community. And you know what? It would be the same thing as I told these people. All of those places in downtown Toronto, whether you live in Forest Hill, or Lawrence Park, or any of those high residential areas, I doubt very much that they would allow you to put something like that in their community to depreciate their property value. As many of us have said, we spent 20 years, paying high taxes, $8,000. I dare anyone to tell me that there aren't people who have not paid more than that. And we've lived here, and the reason why we pay those taxes is to basically to support what it is that we like. And so therefore, at this particular point, I would like you to know that as the council and for you people representing our community, which we have elected, we would like to hope that you will support our interests and also protect what it is that we value. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, I'm Lawrence Goldberg. I too am from 6 Enchanted Court. That's my wife, and she stole everything I had to say. I probably will not need 5 minutes, so I'll speak slowly but quickly. She raised a number of issues that concern me as well. I spoke with some of the gentlemen when we were down in the lobby, and they explained quite clearly to me what they had in mind, and a few things went through my mind, including things like density, and I heard, I think it was Mr. Stewart made some mention about these being individual homes in the neighborhood like ours is. And I couldn't help but wonder if we were going to protect the integrity of the community, why we wouldn't have a continuation of those individual homes. And it was concerning to me that if we weren't careful, some of the problems that have been articulated by any number of the other speakers who have been up here before me were going to be apparent at the southwest corner of Mayfield and Kennedy Road. Traffic, children playing. I heard a lot about the parks and how my life was going to be improved because the parks that I have now were going to be made better. And they explained to me that I was going to have exercise facilities, I'd be able to use the pond, and I was thinking to myself, they're almost available to me now. The parks, I walk my dog there every day, twice a day. Gentlemen and lady, members of the public, I hope that we'll spend a few sober moments thinking about the number of homes that are proposed to be put on this piece of property. Once they're there, they're there. My wife alluded to taxes. Would anybody on this council or in this room be prepared to venture that our taxes will not go up as a consequence of the building of these 300 and roughly 80 new homes? Anybody want to take me up on that? I certainly wouldn't. Let's be realistic. And that's all I will say in closing. I would like the council, whatever role you'll be playing in it, maybe even the developer and the architect, to think for a moment. Will my life, will the life of the residents in this area, the life of the children, be improved? The young man that came up here and said that he would be able to afford a $795,000 townhouse, I hope he can. I hope he can. I hope there's some sober second thoughts about the numbers that are put up there. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Name and address?
Angela Greco, and I live at 40 Noble Place, a little further south than where they're building. I've been a resident for Brampton pretty much my whole life. I'm also a local business owner around the area. And I advised, I have gone over the plans that are online about the building, and I believe that it's a great idea. As well, I think everyone should have a chance to live in a nice neighborhood. I've always went to visit my parents up in Caledon, which I go through Southfields for. And to be honest, pretty much seems to me that's going to be the new Brampton, Little Ritzy area. And as well, population has grown since 2002. So I can definitely say the amount of houses being built, we do need them. And that's it. And I think it looks good.
Great.
From a young person's point of view.
Great.
Thank you.
Please.
Good evening. My name is Herb Gottman. I live at 14 Archer Court, which is in the Stonegate neighborhood to the east of the proposed subdivision. My main concern, primary concern really is the density, and in fact the too high density. If you look at the character of the neighborhoods surrounding it, they're all lower density, so this is out of character to all the neighboring neighborhoods. There was a presentation earlier about high density, and yes, I understand those points, but this isn't the right place to put it. That's more for a downtown type core where you have other facilities, infrastructure supported. In this case here, it's out of character. We're one of the largest, world's largest countries. I don't see any real reason why we need to shoehorn this type of density into this piece of property. The long-term effect is likely that the other neighborhoods will start to deplenish and move out because it's not fitting to the type of character that we have. And that's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you all here tonight. Brampton is the fourth city. My name is Robert Kaye. I live at 36 Inter Heights. Okay. I am pleased and proud to live in Brampton. I lived in Windsor, grew up, was raised there. I lived in Chatham, I lived in London, and I brag about Brampton, that it's a mix. Oh, it's all Hindu people. No, look around. It's different people, different backgrounds, different cultures. I like this idea of having a subdivision that's a little different. You got to go a few miles in each direction before you see townhouses or houses that were built in '72 when the interest rates were 20%. If people choose to live here, it's not because they're moving there from Inter Heights or Stonegate. It's because they see this and they say, I'd like to live there. My friend lives there. Now, my concern being an engineer is, okay, we see a developer, the French SNE sold the land, and somebody's going to build stuff. It says in several places in the brochure that it's going to be executive. I'd like it to fit in. Hopefully, whoever's chosen to be the builders, because builders build a house. Maybe the developer's got his own team. I don't know. But once, as said earlier, once the roads are picked, they're there. Once the sewers are in, they're there. Once the townhouses are going to be there. There was a plan when I looked at our house in Inter Heights that had a style guide from 2000 that said no vinyl siding on Inter Heights. Got to have this frontage, got to have that, got to have this kind of roof. No, it was very clearly made. So I would suggest that if we're going to have nice houses, because, you know, a small car can be really expensive. A small house is usually big, but a small townhouse could be kind of pricey too if it's made out of, it's got nice stone, has slate, has the stuff to make it valuable. So please assure us through the developers that you're going to get good constructors. And if you're putting fancy streetscapes, somebody better put some money in because somebody's going to have to maintain that. And I don't want to see ruined Muskoka chairs. Well, they used to be there, but no, there's no money to maintain them. Or we should have put solid stuff, even steel ones, so that they survive in the winter. Some of the streetscape stuff that's in the walkways up into Caledon was really nice a year and a half ago, and it's ruined because they didn't pick the right stuff. So please, help with the mix. Give people the option if they choose to hear. Please, you're not building a 1920s tenement in New York. And, you know, my son actually played in a computer in the basement. I'm not saying they all will, but don't assume that the people of the future will be the people of the past. Who knows? This could end up being the showplace around a core of a little different places. Do you live in the higher density area that's really nice, or the more expansive places around? But just make sure it gets built right and gets maintained. Give people an option.
Familiar face.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee and staff and the public. My name's Dan Krasuski, and I live at 1 Boreham Circle in Brampton, just south of this particular proposal. And full disclosure, I worked here for 31 years in the planning department, and nights like tonight remind me of why I don't miss coming every Monday, first Monday of every month. In any event, I also want to correct Mr. Chung. He mentioned that the 2 informal public meetings were organized by the developer, and they were not. They were organized by the councillors. Those were ward meetings, and they were very beneficial. I also learned what I should and shouldn't be recycling in my recycle box that night. But I did want to just let you know that having been involved in planning for 31 years, I think this plan is a reasonable compromise for this particular property. It is bounded by Inder Heights to the west, Stonegate, and Park Lane to the south, which is the subdivision that I'm in. And they're all executive communities. They have large lots, and that's the way things were done back in the day. I think you should take special notice to what Mr. Lang said in terms of the policy requirements, that the provincial policies that have come out, and the densities that they're looking at for development. I think this plan strikes a nice balance between providing a transition between the existing communities and having some large lots, and then transitioning to some of the smaller lots at the north end. I think my own concerns, and I do want to talk about the townhouses, but I'll leave that a little bit to the end. The two big issues that I want this council and staff and the developer to ensure are, number one, that they protect the pond. I've been in this community for about 18 years, and I've noticed over the last 7, this pond is in a real decline. The water level in this pond has really gone down, and it looks like it's almost at the point of being beyond recovery. So I think what has to happen, and I again challenge staff to make sure that the studies that are done, the implementation that's done, and then the monitoring protects this pond and ensures that the water balance is done correctly so that it's there forever. The second second thing that I want to make sure of, that staff ensure that the architecture in terms of the materials and the quality and the design are all top notch. And again, that goes back to this issue of the developer is asking for some relief to the executive housing lot widths, but I think you can still have quality and not necessarily have huge lots. Lastly, I just want to talk a little bit about the townhouses themselves. In my particular street, I know we have a young person here that was interested in potentially moving to this neighborhood, but what I've noticed is on my particular street, around me, 4 of my neighbors have moved out. These are original people that moved into this neighborhood. They're big lots, they're too much to maintain once you get to a certain level, and I know for a fact that some of them would have stayed in this community if they had townhouses that they could potentially have purchased in the neighborhood. It's just, you've got no option here to have a house that has less maintenance, less yard to maintain, less house to maintain, and this provides an opportunity for people to potentially move and stay within the community. Sorry, my mouth is getting very dry here. And I know that because today I planted a whole bunch of petunias, and I'm not going to be able to do that forever. Lastly, just we heard tonight that this particular development has a gold level in the sustainability metrics, and I haven't heard of any project in Brampton that has had that. So if that is the case, I think again it's up to this council and this staff and this developer to make sure that that actually happens. And I will say, again, because I have been here for 21 years, that this developer is one of the developers that will ensure that what they say, they will do. And they do quality work, and I have noticed over the years that every project that they've done, from Magnolia, Lakelands, it always gets better. And that's not only them, that's staff. And I think we have to make sure, and you have to make sure, that that is what is implemented through this particular development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello?
Hello. My name is Carrie Shopper-Satt, and I live on Tweedsmuir Court, which is directly south of the pond. I understand the need for density, and I think that that's fine. I don't have comments about architectural design. I'm not an engineer or a planner. I'm just a mom. I work, but I am mostly a mom. And my concern is, where are all the children going to go to school? You're going to have thousands of kids eventually in that neighborhood. The schools in our neighborhood right now, they're well populated. There's no empty classrooms. There's no teachers losing their jobs yet because classrooms are empty. And that neighborhood and the children are also going to be impacted by the development that's going to occur at Sandalwood and Conestoga. I don't know exactly what's going in there, townhouses, apartment building.
118 houses.
118 houses, times 2 children, 200 more children to put in schools. The list of schools, sorry, I'm a little nervous.
That's okay.
The list of schools that was in the first couple of slides of the presentation were a couple of Catholic elementary schools, RHL and Heart Lake Secondary. No mention of public elementary schools. There's one, there's Somerset Drive Public School. You can't fit 500 more kids in that school. Terry Fox is on the other side of Kennedy. These kids aren't going to go across to Stonegate and all the way down to Terry Fox.
Okay.
That doesn't make sense. That's where they're going to be bused there?
Okay, I would ask you if I could have the comment. You can talk to your counselor after, that's fine.
Okay.
Is there any, you
We'll
can go on.
talk offline. So that's the concern, is where are the kids going to go to school? That's the only concern. You're talking about hundreds and hundreds of kids, and yes, they have a sliver of land to play on. They can go to Conservation Drive Park. There's lots of room there for them to play, for those who want to get outside and play. But where are they going to go to school?
Thank you. Please come forward.
Thank you. My name is Peter Stewart. I live at 72 Ken Park Avenue. I have probably more questions, and I understand that I will not get answers, but I'd like to raise them. One of the things that I've noticed is that there were 2 open houses in advance of this meeting, and in advance of the previous council meeting. I never received a notice. And more specifically, by example, this meeting, Mr. Grady mentioned that there was an original zone that was notified, but that zone was then increased, and I live in the secondary zone. I did not receive a notice. Maybe I was missed. Someone across the road and asked the person there. Never received it. Person beside me never received notice.
So just, I thank you. So I'll just maybe ask staff to clarify. We go beyond what the Planning Act requires the city to do. So if you can just provide that information.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So with respect to the Planning Act, the Provincial Planning Act that really identifies how in which we're supposed to act procedurally with respect to the development applications, it identifies that we are to circulate a distance from the edge of a subject property that's subject to a development application by 120 meters. So what the city council has chosen to do with staff is to, rather than provide a circulation on just the 120 meters, but we have doubled it so that it is a distance of 240 meters from a subject development. In this particular instance, we have worked with the applicant, and the circulation area has been expanded just to the extent that was identified by Mr. Grady before.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Previous zoning which was withdrawn, I received notice on that one, per your rules, I assume, and yet I didn't receive it this time.
So we'll follow up.
Thank you. I noticed that during the presentation that it was mentioned that 50% of the houses are single-family homes. That means that 50% of the houses are not single-family homes, and there was virtually no discussion on what that was going to be. There was mention about where they were located. There were pictures, not pictures, but drawings. One of the other questions I would ask, and I don't understand, is when people say, we feel that this is an upscale housing. How do you define upscale housing? I know I have a definition, but I don't believe it's the same as the developer. Improvements are, all of the improvements that were discussed during the presentation of the landowners are on the west side, where roads were closed because there wouldn't be traffic through, where the pond was expanded, where the parkland was expanded. All of the pictures were on the west side. None covered the area where there was high density. So I would like additional information on that. And two open-ended questions are, one, is the city a planning city? Is it a place where they will say, we want this here? It doesn't appear to be if a developer can come in and put a high-density unit in the middle of three different sections that are all single-family housing. And finally, apologies, one of the people earlier speaking said it was a great place to live, and this sort of development would be great. A person could downsize to it. I wonder if they would have come here originally if that development had been there. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. So again, for members of the audience regarding this item, if you did not have the opportunity to speak or you would like to provide additional clarity or you have further questions or comments, you have staff that you can reach out to, and you have your two local councillors, Councillor Palashi and Councillor Willens, will be more than happy to ensure that your opinions and your comments and questions get to our staff, who will incorporate that when they review the application. At this time, I do not see any questions or comments from or questions of clarification from my colleagues, so I will ask that someone move a motion to receive the delegations, and moved by Councillor, and remove the and receive the correspondence and adjacent petition. Moved by Councillor Willens. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. I will ask now, it's 8:44. I will ask that we reconvene at 9 o'clock, allowing for those to leave council chambers and give us a couple minutes to regroup. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We will now proceed. Do we have quorum? Yeah. Okay, we will now proceed to item 4.1, and I will invite Claudia to come and delegate. Oh. Is there anyone, my apologies, is there anyone here that would like to hear the delegation, the presentation? Oh, yep, okay. Please go ahead, thank you.
My name is Claudia Labreta, and I'm policy planner with the Planning and Development Services section of the city. This evening, I'm presenting city-initiated official plan amendments that are proposed to implement certain changes to the secondary plans that were adopted last year in September as part of the first phase of the secondary plan review. Specifically, the changes are being proposed for secondary plans areas 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6, as shown on the screen. And just to provide a little bit of context of why we are presenting these changes today, Policy Planning initiated a secondary plan review to update some of the older secondary plan policies, to bring them into conformity with new provincial legislation, and to update the older maps. Prior to this exercise, the city had 54 secondary plans. Some of them had policies that dated back to the 1970s. The intention with this review was to bring those older secondary plans in conformity with the 2006 official plan. And in doing so, we were removing older official plans that were in effect. As part of this review, the 1976 and the 83 official plan are no longer in effect, and the 94 official plan will be reviewed as part of the next phase of this exercise. Having those 4 official plans created policies that were conflicting, that created difference of opinions in what designations apply in some of the mappings. So a decision was made to simplify some of those policies and to eliminate or reduce some of the designations that existed back then. As part of the first phase of this review, last year in September, Council adopted 5 new secondary plan areas. Those 5 larger areas consolidated 18 of the existing secondary plans. This exercise was not done for greenfield areas of the city. It was just undertaken as part of the build-out areas of the city. In order to bring those 18 secondary plans into conformity with the 2006 official plan, those different residential designations that existed back then were merged into the 3 existing categories of the 2006 official plan: the low, the medium, and the high density designation. As every secondary plan had different residential designations, they all had different range in densities and housing permissions. It is now recognized that those 3 existing categories do not currently reflect existing conditions, and in some cases granted additional permissions, which was not the intention of this exercise. In order to correct these issues and restore previous permissions, it is now proposed to create a new low-density 1 designation that would allow and recognize permissions for singles and semi-detached, but it is still being considered a low-density designation. And this is in conformity with the all housing mix and density categories that apply in the former versions of the official plans. The schedules of the 5 secondary plans have been updated to reflect this new density category. All areas that originally permitted only single detached are now to be designated low density. The ones that had permissions for both singles and semis will now be designated this new low density 1 category. And those that had previous permissions for smaller lot singles, semi-detached, and townhouses will be designated medium density. As part of this review, staff has also identified some mapping errors that are proposed to restore, that granted permissions to some of the properties and changed the designations. So we're also proposing to restore previous permissions and correct those mapping errors. The proposed amendments that are being presented today are in conformity with the 2017 growth plan, the regional official plan, and the city's official plan. Following the circulation of the amendments that are being presented today, the city official plan amendments will be presented to council as soon as possible. It is the intention to restore all these policies by the summer, as soon as possible, to correct those changes, to correct those errors that were submitted. The report that is being presented today is posted on the city's website, and this presentation will be posted shortly. And my contact information is posted on the screen if anybody has any comments. With that, I conclude my presentation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I believe we have a delegation. If you can state your name and address for public record.
Hello, my name is Sylvia Roberts. I live in Ward 3 near Steeles and Kennedy. This is on the proposed changes. This here shows what is, as far as I know, the most current plan of the city for our intensification corridors. As you can see, it marks certain areas that have definitely been built out as not built out yet. It's because it dates to 2013, and this is being taken into account. The actual data behind this is substantially older in some respects. Here, this is the transit master plan from 2009, which this would have been based on. As you can see, in the early 2030s, we expect transit ridership per capita to exceed 40. We passed 50 last year. So transit ridership has clearly taken off, and it has well exceeded that and is going to be far beyond that by the planned timelines. Here is the most recent transportation master plan. What's missing and is our newest zoom line that we're going to be adding is the Chinguacousy zoom line. That was planned to be done between 2030 and 2040, but because of the enormous surge in ridership, this has now been pulled forward, and it's, of course, not on any of the intensification corridor plans. The reason it hasn't been updated since 2013 is an official plan is good for 5 years according to the provincial legislation, then you should replace it, or it's from 2006, approved in 2008, so 2013. It's 2019 now. We're still working on it, so things are dated. For example, the Springdale Library was not included in there, and I think the councilors for 9 and 10 would argue that is actually a very important thing for their wards and would be considered a major amenity and should be considered. Here are some of the terms from the Official Planning Act, so intensification corridors, transit supportive land uses along roads that link districts, communities with key destinations, such as major libraries. For here, it talks about on intensification corridors shall generally be limited to 50 units per net hectare and limited to 4 stories. That's medium density. What we call medium density is actually just street car suburb density. It's transit-oriented density. Our low density is just car sprawl. Our high density is actually just urban level that you would have seen in before World War II. You would have seen that starting to pop up in a town of 5,000 to 10,000 people. So this is not actually that high density. Here we have the Springdale secondary plan. As you can see, there's low density residential by where the library is. And that's because these plans haven't been updated. And I understand that the intention of this was just to update it to the 2016 plan and not to change things. But as soon as your official plan is coming out, you're going to need to redo this all over again. Here we have a slightly warped version of it's tilted at 90-degree angle for Bramley. And as you can see here, actually we go into, that would be Ward 10, I believe, past Torbram. Again, those councilors will be more relevant on that. And as you can see, you have more low density, even though we're going to be putting a zoom line on Bramley. So I'd say that's reasonably major transit, and therefore more transit supportive stuff like townhouses, which are still in keeping with suburban characteristics, would be what you would want there. Here is Flower Town, basically the old part of pre-amalgamation Brampton, and you see a whole lot of not just the low density residential one, but just the low car density suburbs. And some of this is within a major transit station area because you want the LRT to go by Nanwood. And so if that's not updated, you're going to get a developer buying land there arguing that low density is not in keeping with good planning, and they're going to shove an apartment building. Or you could do townhouses, which would hit your targets for places to grow act while still keeping in characteristic with the neighborhood. This shows the older parts of Brampton actually had an enormous number of empty bedrooms. It's actually bigger than this because they assume that outside of couples, every single person would have their own bedroom. And so if you have, for example, you have 2 kids doubled up, well, then they wouldn't be counting towards, they'd be counted as each having their own bedroom for this. These older areas are hollowing out in terms of population, if you look at that, and that's causing a number of changes. My grandparents, for example, lived in this area, and because there was an absence of smaller units for them to downsize to, and the ideas that older people should age in place, they stayed in an elderly couple stayed in a 4-bedroom that was not very appropriate for them. And when they're finally able to move out because something was allowed, a young couple bought it, and they were able to move out of a basement apartment, and now they have a 4-bedroom that they can actually raise a family in. So when when your new official plan comes shortly, you can need to do all this over again, and hopefully you consider townhouses as part of near transit in the older parts of Brampton.
Thank you, Sylvia. I'm sure our staff will note those comments. Thank you very much. Can I get a mover to receive the presentation and delegation? And the staff report, moved by Councillor Singh. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. We go on now to item 4.3 regarding planning application southwest corner Valley Way Drive and Brentwick Drive. I believe staff Neil Chadha will come forward and bring a presentation.
Mr. Chair, committee, and the public, hello. My name is Neil Chadha, and I am the planner assigned to process and review the subject application. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and to seek feedback on the application filed by KLM Planning Partners and Tanyaville Phase 2 Lands Incorporated. The subject property is located in Ward 5, southwest corner of Valleyway Drive and Brentwick Drive in the west part of Brampton. The nearest major intersection is Mississauga Road and Beauvais Drive. The applicants are generally proposing a draft plan of subdivision to develop the lands for 50 single detached lots and a local public roadway with a right-of-way of 17 meters in order to create a residential subdivision. Here we see the process to date. The application was filed with the city and deemed complete on April 25th, 2019. It was then circulated to commenting departments and agencies. Public notice of this meeting was provided in the newspaper on May 9th, 2019. What you're looking at here is our public notice circulation in 240-meter radius. Direct mail notice was provided to the property owners. Within an area context, as you see the subject land located in the middle, around it in a 360-degree view, you see that it's surrounded by single residential homes. Up in the northeast section, you see a stormwater management pond, and directly north of the subject lands is a parkland, Leflar Park, and south is Laurenville Public School. The subject lands were originally reserved for an elementary school site when encompassing subdivision was established. The Dufferin Peel Catholic District School Board confirmed that the proposed elementary school is no longer required and provided its full and final release from the agreement of purchase and sale with the owner on November 7th, 2018. As part of the disposal process by the DPCDSP, they reached out to the Peel District School Board and the city to determine if either party has an interest in the lands. Both the City of Brampton and the Public School Board have indicated that there is no interest in the parcel. As is typical approach for school sites and new subdivisions in Brampton, the property was dual zoned to permit residential uses, to facilitate the development of the parcel of such purposes should it not be required for school use or other city uses. The subject, the subject application will be reviewed for consistency with the provincial policy statement in conformity with the provincial growth plan and other relevant provincial policies, and both the regional and as well as the City of Brampton official plans. The subject lands are designated as residential on Schedule A of the official plan. An amendment to the referred schedule of the official plan are not required. The subject lands are also designated as separate elementary school, SES, in the Credit Valley Secondary Plan Area, SP 45. It should be noted that if any school site or part thereof is not required by either the Peel District School Board or the Dufferin-Peel Catholic School Board, then it may be released for low-density residential development. Residential uses adjacent to or an alternative purpose. For this secondary plan designation, an amendment to the secondary plan is not required. Additionally, locational variations to school sites are permitted at the block plan, draft plan of subdivision or rezoning approval stage in order to improve the development design, the centrality of the site to serve its service area, or its functionality. School sites are dual zoned and landowners will be required to submit at the draft plan of subdivision an alternative lotting plan to facilitate the development should the site not be used for school purposes. The subject lands are zoned institutional 1, 2286. An amendment to the zoning bylaw is not required to permit the proposal. The institutional zone allows for residential uses as per the zoning bylaw. Permitted uses in the institutional zones, for example, are as follows: a public or private school, a place of worship, a day nursery. Further, the industrial 2286 special zone, permitted uses are those permitted by the institutional zone 1 or permitted by R1E 12.2-2283. Residential uses permitted are single detached dwellings with a lot frontage of 12.2 meters. The next steps in this application process are that staff will continue to review the application, including reviewing comments from the public and technical comments as well. Advance a final recommendation report to council for decision, and issues raised will be addressed in the recommendation report. Staff will contact and follow up with those residents who have spoken, written in, or advised of an interest in monitoring the proposal. The report associated with tonight's meeting will be available, is available online, and the presentation will be made available shortly. The final recommendation report will be posted on the city's website. And again, my name is Neil Chatta, and my contact information is above. Mr. Chair, I now turn it over to the consultant KLM for their presentation, Ms. Marshall Smith.
Thank you, Neil. Just a reminder for those who are interested in delegating regarding this matter can come forward in a quiet manner, as best to your ability, to just register and come forth once we finish our presentation, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Marshall Smith from KLM Planning Partners. I'm a registered professional planner here on behalf of the applicant, Tanyaville Phase 2 Lands Incorporated. I think Neil did a great job just going through all of the policy that applies here, the zoning bylaw that applies here. What I'd like to do is just give you a little bit of additional information about the development itself and the context that it sits within. So as Neil pointed out, the lands are at the southwest corner of Valleyway Drive and Brentwick Drive. I don't want to get too bogged down in the details of what's immediately nearby, but just to point out a couple of additional parks that are in the vicinity of the site. There's LaFleur Park to the north. It's about 95 meters away. There's Andrew McCandless Park to the west. There's another local park to the east. And then surrounding that, also in close proximity, are a variety of public and Catholic elementary schools and high schools. Something that I wanted to point out, in addition to Neil's summary of the history, is that the site was identified in the secondary plan and in a block plan as a potential separate elementary school site. That separate elementary school site was reserved for and offered to the Catholic District School Board, the Public School Board, and then also subsequently to the city, who turned the site down, and therefore it was appropriate to have that site be developed for residential purposes. In the secondary plan, there is a provision that permits, or not permits, but requires that sites of this nature be dual zoned in order to permit something that is alternate to a school in the event that a school does not choose to acquire the site. And in this case, that's what's occurred. So in addition to what Neil provided there, I just wanted to point out that the French Public School Board also expressed an interest in the site, but has since, as of May 13th, 2019, determined that they do not require the site and will not continue to pursue the site. So here's the draft plan of subdivision. The lots in general match the character of the lots in the existing fabric. The public road that's proposed will be an extension of public roads that are cross Brentwick Drive from it to the northeast. The characteristics of the zoning that are in place in the surrounding community would be also retained for the dwellings that would be proposed on these lots as permitted today. So this is just another demonstration of the lot fabric in the community. You can see that outlined in green for the subject lands. It's all generally orange, which would mean that it's a 12.2 meter width lot. That would be generally in keeping with the lot fabric that surrounds it today.
Great, thank you.
So, thank you very much, and happy to answer any questions if they do come up.
Okay, thank you very much. Now come forward delegations. Again, state your name and your address. And as I did in the previous item, for those who don't feel comfortable delegating today or have any questions or comments, your two local area councillors, Councillor Vicente and Councillor Santos, will be more than happy to convey your concerns, and you can contact staff directly. Please.
Thank you. My name is Jasmek Sani. I live at 30 Firefly Road. Thank you for the opportunity to listen to concerned residents of the area. Thank you to City Councillors, staff, and all the residents here as well. So I'm a proud, longtime resident of Brampton since my parents immigrated to this country. It's the only place I've called home, and very happy to see the development of the city over the years. So the comments that I would like to make today about the subject property, there's strong support from the community that we have developed in this new area. The subject property lands is a central site, and there's a significant support for the original institutional use of that land. For instance, it was originally, as mentioned previously, to be an elementary school, and it's been noted by many of members of our surrounding area that the elementary school that is immediately adjacent to this area is very close to capacity already. And it seems like there is a need for it, even though I understand there is a process for developing further schools. But the institutional use is sort of a very unifying point in our particular area. Some thoughts just for other uses that have come to mind. For instance, is using it as a recreational site. Again, it probably requires zoning considerations, but this map, as you can see behind, there's not a lot of green space in that specific area, and so there is definitely a need. I've noted as a avid kind of recreational tennis player that there's no tennis facilities that are west of Mavis Chinguacousy Road, other than Cassie Campbell, which is a very popular site but very overcrowded. So it looks like it's an ideal spot for potentially developing as a recreational site, possibly tennis or something like that. Other things that have been considered and talked about within our neighborhood is, maybe a day nursery, even potentially a place of worship. So these are some things that we think should receive due consideration. But the one thing that's unified for all of us is that we do strongly oppose the idea of building more residential homes in this specific area. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Next, name and address, please. Hi.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity. My name's Anshul Pahuja, and I'm a resident at 34 Firefly Road, right behind where the new 50 detached houses are coming. I would like to take a minute and talk about what's happening. There are 50 houses that are being built, which, in my opinion, is going to have at least or about 100 cars. I'm glad there's no towns being made, so that would have added more density. So I'm glad it's on detached houses. But with 50 houses, about 100 cars coming in, 20 to 30 basements that would get developed. All these people that move in this area, me included, everybody living on Firefly Road either have kids that go to school or are newly married who are about to have kids. I understand that there were studies done regarding the school in that area, but I think it might be displaced in time, and there may be an opportunity to do a reassessment whether a school should be made there or not. I say this because I hear from my neighbors that the public schools or the elementary schools that we have in the area are at capacity. My concern with the 100 cars plus an additional 30 cars from the basements would be it's hard for a 10-minute drive for anybody catching 401. It takes about 40 minutes to get to this area. Additional cars, additional residential houses is going to add to that time to get to that area. Now, I do appreciate what the city is doing from a public transit standpoint, but it still takes a lot of time for anybody moving in that area, going for work or for other purposes, hence their reliance on cars. In my opinion, there's not enough green space. I see that immediate context, and the only walkable park that I see there is the Leflar Park, which is north of that subject property. And if anybody has been there, it is packed. There is no space for us to use a park area. Now, I have an infant daughter. She's 5.5 months old. I take her out in a stroller, and the only place I can take her for a walk is the walkways around the streets. And anybody having a first kid is really concerned about going to the walkway and those cement blocks and the strollers vibrating. I'm concerned about it. I would rather take my daughter to a park where I can move the stroller easily and, give her some green open space. My other concern is alternate studies and proposals. I was very impressed by listening to agenda item 4.2, where it was highlighted there were some public hearings and community needs that were taken into consideration. I do not believe that there were any public needs taken into consideration when this proposal was made. The only way I learned about it was the notice sign saying 50 houses are going to come up fairly quickly. So I do assess the needs for things like sports. Canada is a great country. We got different players in tennis as well, making a mark for the country. I myself, I come from India, and back in the day, I used to play nationals in tennis. Today, I don't know where should I go to play tennis. I used to do springboard diving. I've played multiple state and national championships and even won a silver medal for that. Today, I don't know where do I go for those things that are pretty close for me, that works with a busy lifestyle that comes with a first and an infant kid. My other concern is with housing being developed there would be a lot of dust. 19 houses, I believe, that back onto this area. I have a signed petition of about 17 of residents who back right behind that lot that are opposed to having detached homes in their backyard. Because they bought those houses or lots because they wanted green space at the back, and also they didn't even want it. They even paid a premium to their builders to get those spots. So today, I stand here knowing, well, what are my options? I am out of money, and I am not getting the green space for which I specifically moved into that lot. What would I like? In closing, I would say I would really like city to listen to the voice of the public here and the community, and look for open area alternatives. Look for sports and racket recreational areas like tennis, or other areas where kids can play. With that, I'll conclude my speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Chair and council members, thanks for the opportunity. My name is Rupinder Gill, live at 32 Firefly Road. The earlier speakers, I think they said everything that I want to relay. So in conclusion, we, the entire community, oppose this proposal. And I won't take too much time because, as I said earlier, I fully agree with their proposals and other considerations. Just like to add that we were sold this idea that, this is a premium lot with a proposed school. I understand that the school backed out or they don't need the land, so it automatically defaults to houses. But I would really appreciate, first of all, thanks for giving us this opportunity to relay our concerns. If city would come up with some better options to promote active lifestyle. As you can see, everything is houses. We don't see any green spots. So just the request is that we would like to reconsider other alternatives instead of houses. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, council members. I'm Sriraj Kokiligada from 30 Kalmia Road, and I'm here to raise the concern that what we have over there, we have a green space, a park, which is a cheeseburger for a vegan, because that only has a toddler park, which is just the toddlers can go and swing over there and come back, play in the mud, do that. And the rest of the green area over there is for older people or anyone to go and sit over there. So what we see is the kids are not going to that park. The kids who are grown up, grade 5 and up, they don't like to go there. Where do they play? They play in my parking lot. I give my parking lot, I have 10 kids, they come and play. I do not have a problem if they break anything. I've changed my garage door glasses, changed my lights, I'm giving them to play. Now what I ask is, can the city give the same thing? I don't care whether it's going to be houses or anything over there, but there's no play area for kids over grade 5. They cannot do anything. They cannot play basketball. They cannot play any like softball or baseball, soccer. They don't have a place to play that. So we're requesting we need a play area over there. And that's the only request I have. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Victor Mendez. I'm at 22 Sorolla Street, lot 249, bought from Tiffany Park. I'm recently married. I've been married for, I think it's about 3 years now. She came from Mississauga, I came from North York, didn't think much of Brampton. Well, here I am in Brampton because it was the best compromise for us. I have a daughter that will be 2 on Friday, and I got one that's coming in August.
Congratulations.
We moved here because that was supposed to be an elementary school. We are creating our family. We are building our family in Brampton. That was the proposal, and that was our dream of our life. Now, I know inside the presentation it says there are local schools, public and Catholic. Obviously, you could not see the Catholic one up there because it's really not local. Anywhere between Mississauga Road to Chinguacousy, up to Sandalwood, to below by Queen, there's really no Catholic elementary school. We would have to be traveling. We were traveling, she had to take the bus. There's after-school programs, before-school programs, as we all work. Now, if the school board opts out, I know there's nothing that the council can do, and that's the way business goes. But what I do not want to see in that spot is any retail or anything of a temple or anything like that. Something like these, like the community said, that can benefit the community. Because what these guys are saying, it's true. I walk my daughter on the sidewalks because those parks are packed, and really when you go there, it's rather so full that there's really no place to go because people are just sitting around and it's already overoccupied. So our nightly walks are the mailbox and cruising people's sidewalks and looking at landscaping of their houses. So thank you for the opportunity, and I hope you guys do the best decision.
Thank you. So if staff won't mind, just when you're assessing an application, you look at various criteria. So if you can just speak to one of those criteria would be quality of life in terms of access to amenities and so on. Would you be able to just make a comment on that, just regarding the assessment?
That's right, Mr. Chairman. So really through our consideration of development application, we have required that they submit a sustainability score to allow us to understand how it is that the development application really does qualify and really how it can be considered against certain criteria such as quality of life, the walkability of the area. So those things are taken into consideration. So within the recommendation report that will be coming forward at a future point in time, we'll be taking all things into consideration, and we'll be having those items identified within the recommendation report, really responding to the questions and statements of the community so that they can see those responses themselves. Council will be able to consider those as you're making your recommendation, your decision at that point in time.
Thank you. And it's just, again, be rest assured that all aspects of the application are considered. You have every opportunity once you leave. If other neighbors have any comments, contact staff or contact Councillor Vicente or Councillor Santos, provide your input, and they'll certainly pass that along to staff. Can I get a mover to receive? Oh, my apologies, Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had the opportunity to speak with some of the residents while we were in recess, and so just a few questions that arise from the delegations to staff. There was the claim that in the past the city did not consult with the local residents. Can staff provide details as to when that consultation did take place, if any, on this application?
Sorry, through Mr. Chairman, I'm not familiar with the one item that you're speaking to, just Councillor Vicente.
In staff's presentation, they put up a flow chart of what has been taking place so far. Is this the first opportunity that residents have had in order to voice their concerns or have questions?
So through you, Mr. Chairman, it is. So with the application being recently received, it being brought through to this public meeting, statutory public meeting as per the Planning Act, this is the formal opportunity for the public to be able to bring comments forward. We, going forward, up until the time that we're bringing forward a recommendation report through to committee and council, we'll be able to receive comments then as well. So there is some modest period of time where we could have received some additional comments prior to tonight, but this is the formal opportunity for everyone to be aware of the application and provide their thoughts on it.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, back to staff. Can you explain how the dual zoning works on this property?
So through Mr. Chairman, generally, what would have occurred at the time that the larger community was developed. This site, really, as it was planned for a school site then, as mentioned earlier, it was decided that it is best to identify really how the site can be zoned not only for that institutional development, but also in the event that the institutional uses and operations, in this case the school board, choose not to locate their facilities on the subject site, that we would zone the site for residential purposes as well. So in this case, the site was dual zoned to allow the institutional development at the school, as well as residential development that was felt to be comparable to all the other residential lot types within the neighborhood as well. So that's been completed at this point in time. The subject subdivision application that's with us does not propose a change to the uses in any way. Rather, it is just proposing to implement what was already put in place from a use standpoint previously, being the creation of the lots themselves and the creation of the road.
Thank you. If this is a relatively new subdivision, certainly many of the original homeowners still live there. Some may have moved on. But in the contractor covenant that took place between the builder and the first-time buyers, would that information have been made available to them?
Sorry, through Mr. Chairman, just so I'm really understanding fully the question, Councillor Vicente, is the question that, is the information between the purchaser now of the lands from the previous owner, was that made available to others?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to clarify. So if I am an original purchaser in this area and I purchased an original home, so I purchase home directly from the home builder, home builders are required to inform you about where schools might be, whether or not the school boards have an obligation to provide a school or not.
Vicente, I would just intervene.
And so my question is, would the homeowners at the time, the first home buyers, have been told that the property was dual zoned? That's the question.
So through you, Mr. Chairman, I believe yes in this case. I can't confirm for this community, but
Okay, so I would just... I think, okay, question has been posed, I appreciate that. This input, regardless, you can share that input after, so we have, our staff have provided this, and I believe we have a delegation that might bring...
Well, I'm just responding.
Sorry, if you can sign in, if you can sign in, if that's okay. Mr. Davis.
Sure.
State your name and... My fault.
So, Neil Davis, Mr. Chairman. And I'm just responding to the question about homeowners being advised. There's a process, and you heard about the dual zoning process and why that's done. There's another process that the city implements, and that is to tell the community what might happen. And the community information map that is posted in the sales office, in fact, puts a separate elementary school, but in a note, both in the notes and also right on the site, it says if the school is not taken up for school purposes, then it may be used for residential purposes. That's on the map that's in the sales office. It is approved by city staff before it goes into the sales office. In addition, the city requires a builder to put into his agreement of purchase and sale warning clauses. And there's a schedule provided, and it's a schedule to the agreement of purchase and sale. And it provides, and it was, school and church sites in the subdivision may eventually be converted to residential uses, and houses will be built instead. If you're concerned, please call city. One more place, it's put, and I guess I'm the bad guy sort of saying how this process works, but in the subdivision agreement as well, that very same language is in the subdivision agreement that's registered on title that every purchaser and their lawyer can have a look at. So, I mean, you do have a process to say that when a school site is not taken up, and the site was zoned, quite frankly, at that time. So there is a process to inform the public.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. And I think that's an important point for members of council to know and for the public to also be aware of. Moving forward, another question, if I may, Mr. Chair. By a reading of the report that members have here today, the Catholic School Board has said that they're not interested in building a school. Same for the Public School Board, and also the city has a first right of refusal with respect to these lands. What was the city's position and why?
So through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm generally understanding that, yes, the city did turn down the ability to purchase the site. I myself don't have information as to really what Realty staff had considered at that time, but there is a team that's available really to the Realty group. So there would have been discussion about the potential pickup of the site. I don't have the details to provide to the committee at this time.
Through you, Mr. Chair, do we know when that decision was made? Okay. So the school option, for all intents and purposes, has sailed. It's no longer an option, is that correct? So I just have a question, because here also in the report, it notes that correspondence has been received from Conseil Seculier Villemont French Public School, indicating that they have an interest in this property for a school use. The letter indicated that they have approached the Ministry of Education to seek approval to begin the expropriation process. To this date, the ministry has yet to render a decision. How does that situation potentially affect what we're looking at here?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So you're correct. The French Separate School Board has an interest in those lands. They presented that interest to the provincial government in November of 2018. A few weeks ago, the provincial government got back to the French school and informed them that they will not be appropriating those lands for the school purposes.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, Councilor Vicente?
I may. I have one final question, Mr. Chair. With respect to the, I suppose you call it a proposal or a draft, I'm not sure if I have the draft plan of subdivision. It shows the 50 homes, and as mentioned by some of the delegates, they're pleased that the number of homes matches the surrounding area. The homes as shown, the lots, proposed lots as shown on page 11 of item 4.3, where, for example, lot 50 through 37 is shown, that central portion. Is there any possibility, in order to meet the expectation of the residents that have spoken here tonight, that that section of the subdivision could be devoted as parkland?
Okay, so I've been advised by the city clerk that we're straying into the actual application. And I think this will be an opportunity if staff, that you'd be more than happy to speak with staff.
So that would be a question that should be posed by the residents. Would that be correct?
Well, so it's also, you're right that you can pose that with staff directly, not in this forum. But I do appreciate your.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Staff do want to
So
make a
just
comment.
through Mr. Chair, just to respond in a general sense. So staff really do understand the items that have been received from the public tonight with respect to the application itself, some interest in potential for other uses to be on the site. So we'll be speaking with our staff from other divisions about matters such as those, and we'll be considering those and contemplating them and really forming an opinion around them, and it'll be identified within the future recommendation report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
staff.
Councilor Palashi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question to Neil, you talked about the plan of subdivision in the sales office, and then I think it was somewhere else it says about the school relationship, and then again in the legal documents. Now I've purchased a new home, and I don't recall going into the trailer or the sales office and seeing that information. And I certainly don't recall having a conversation with my lawyer about details like that. In your opinion, do you think that it would be beneficial that developers are more proactive in providing the residents that purchase the homes in and around these areas with added documents?
Well, it may be, the community information map is sort of the vehicle that is used, and you didn't see it perhaps when you purchased, but they are required to be posted, quite frankly, in the sales office, and this was posted. And it could be, maybe you can bold something more so, and you have done that in some of your warning clauses. And so it maybe you want to revisit how you bring that to the attention of a buyer. But the community information map is probably the best time because that's before they have signed anything. They get to look at it and see it. Rarely do people do, I think, the due diligence to say it's zoned behind me for some other use. And lawyers rarely do it these days in any event. So I think
excited in purchasing a new home.
Yeah, and so some of that is overlooked, but I think the community information map is the right way. I think the warning clauses being in the agreement is the right way, and maybe with certain clauses you want to make them bolder on the print.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I believe we have an additional delegation. Please come forward.
Good evening, councillors. My name is Rashil Das. I live on 31 Godlyman Road. A few of my friends came, and I want to point out to what Councillor Paleshi actually just mentioned. I bought my house. I was a 24-year-old kid at that time. It was my first property that I purchased. And if anybody has bought a new house and you walk into the sites that are selling the property, they have zoomed up maps of what you're buying. There are things that are told to you that they want to tell you. There are things that they want you to see and not things that they don't want you to see. As far as I recall, when I bought my property, the fact that there was a school that was being built was circled more than 5 times by the salesman. There was also a part where they told us that no sidewalks are going to be built on my side of the house. And I chose that particular lot, and I paid a premium to buy that lot because of those two qualities, where I would have an extra longer driveway to park. Now, there is a sidewalk, which was never mentioned to me, and being a first-time homeowner, I did not know where to go and what questions to ask. So when that sidewalk was built, now if I park my car on the part which is past the sidewalk, I have a chance of getting ticketed. And I don't think that is fair, because the builder built the house, collected the money, and walked away. We can't even get a hold of the builder. So if we tie our hands down and say that it is what it is, and that's not what you want from our generation that are buying homes, that want to be the next generation who are going to have kids, who are going to have younger people to move into Brampton, it's not going to happen. If the city doesn't step up and say that, no, we got to step in and look at the fact that the people that are buying the houses are not getting what is being promised to them, right? That's all I wanted to point out. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Councilor Vicente, Councilor Dillon, is this a question of the delegation? And I would just remind that there's the broad policy which we're talking about, and I just wanted to bring it back to the public meeting regarding the application. So just a warning that I will cut off any further laxing of the rules. Thank you very much. Councilor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I welcome your direction and chairmanship as always. Is it possible, can the question be asked if the zoning application is being done by the school boards, or is this a new owner? Is this new ownership, completely different ownership from what it was back when the subdivision was built? Is that possible to ask that question?
You asked it, so.
So the owners are still the same owners. So when those lands were being held for the school board.
Can you just repeat from the beginning?
Yeah, sure. So while those lands were being held for the school board, it was still owned by the developer. When the school board no longer had an interest in those lands and reverted back to the developer always owned those lands.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions. I'm happy to move all the delegations and the report.
Thank you. So duly noted. Councillor Dillon.
Thank you. Just a question for staff. Is there a predetermined time period that is set and that can either expire before the developer can either sell or develop on that land?
Through Mr. Chairman, so no, in the case of school boards being reserved for their purposes through plans of subdivisions, I don't believe there's a particular time that we reference, but rather we ask that the school boards themselves relinquish interest in the sites. And so that's what has happened in this case.
And so are there any preconditions? Have there ever been any preconditions that if the school board relinquishes any interest, that there's something specific can be built, or is it like what happens after that? Is there any criteria?
Through Mr. Chairman, the subject sites where they're intended for school uses, they're dual zoned, and which is the case here. So this site has been previously, at the time of the development of the larger community, it was zoned for the school. It was also at that same time zoned for residential uses, really as per what's proposed now. Just in the event that it was found that the school board or even the other school board wasn't interested in the site for developing it for the school purposes. So really that is really the extent of the planning that's done in that respect. And then the lands in those cases are held really until it is relinquished. The interests are relinquished by way of the school board that it was reserved for. And at that point in time, there is a requirement that the first right of refusal for a sale be put to the other school board and subsequently to the city.
And I just want to contrast, it's related to, for example, if there's a place of worship, is there, because from what I understand, there is a time frame that the landowner can hang on to it before he can do whatever he wants with it after, or they can do whatever they want. Is that correct?
Through Mr. Chairman, that is correct. I don't have all the details as it relates to the places of worship with me at this point in time, but generally, yes.
Because the delegation, just the last one, had indicated that they couldn't get a hold of the builder. Is there any channel or process in place? Because the reason why I brought the place of worship up is that I've had a number of residents inform me that they couldn't get a hold of the developer because they had interest in developing something there. So is there some type of route or channel or way that that any resident can get through to the builder?
I think, Councillor Dillon, there's a little bit of nervousness around the table from staff.
No, the reason why I asked is because the one resident says he couldn't get a hold of.
Yeah, and
through Mr. Chairman, what I could offer generally is that if it is that members of the public are interested in trying to get in touch with a particular landowner and they're not having success in determining who that is, how to get in touch with them, then staff can try to assist. So through our database, there is some information that we could share in order to allow residents to get in touch with builders.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dillon. So moved. The delegations and report by Councillor Vicente and the petition, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Is there anyone here to listen to presentation item 4.4 regarding 28 Stephen Court, east of Conestoga Drive, south of Sandalwood Park in Ward 2? Is there anyone here? No? So duly noted. And does staff wish to do a presentation?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, if it is that the applicant would like to complete a presentation, then staff would do the same.
Are the applicants here? Would you like to have staff present? Would you like so?
Yes, please.
Okay, please.
So
Yes.
through you, Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, I believe it was the applicant that really had just mentioned that he would like to hear a presentation from staff. I just wanted to clarify that staff doesn't necessarily choose to present. If it was, sometimes it is that the applicants themselves, they want to present not to the members of the public, but rather to the committee. If that was the case and the applicant wanted to present to the committee, then if staff would in that case also present so that the committee would have the full picture.
So duly noted, my notes tell me other. But yes, would you like to do a presentation?
So when I was told that the applicant is not going to make a presentation, but staff would make it, I didn't prepare for the presentation myself.
That's fine. Okay, please come forward.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, and members of the public. My name is Himanshu Katyal, and I'm the planner assigned to process and review the subject application. The purpose of this public meeting is to provide information to the public and seek feedback on the application filed by Mr. Prabhat Kapoor, and the consultant representing them is G4 Urban Planners. The subject property is located in Ward 2 at 28 Stephen Court in the northwest part of Brampton. The nearest major intersection is Sandalwood Parkway and Kennedy Road. The applicant is generally proposing to build a new dwelling on a future lot that is proposed to be severed from the existing lot. The associated severance application file number is B18013. This requires an amendment to the zoning bylaw from residential 1 detached section 299 to a site-specific residential zone. This application was filed with the city on March 8, 2019 and deemed complete on April 3rd. It was then circulated to commenting departments and agencies. Public notice of this meeting was provided in the newspaper on May 9th. In front of you, you can see the 240-meter public notice that was directly mailed to the property owners within 240 meters. Surrounding land uses include to the north the Sandalwood Parkway, beyond which are existing commercial land uses. To the west are single detached dwellings, beyond is Conestoga Drive. To the south is Stephen Court, and beyond that are existing single detached dwellings. And to the east is a pathway leading to a connection to the sidewalk at Sandalwood Parkway and an underground passage towards the commercial uses across Sandalwood Parkway. And beyond are existing single detached uses. This is the bird's eye view from the southwest. The subject property is the largest property on Stephen Court, and as such, there are site-specific zoning provisions for this property, which I will talk about in the upcoming slide that speaks to the zoning designation about this property. The applicant's development proposal is to build a new single detached dwelling on a future lot that is proposed to be severed from the existing lot. Some noteworthy features of the proposed development include the severed lot will have an area of about 365 square meters, and the retained lot will have an area of about 422 square meters. The severed lot will have a frontage of about 12.2 meters, and the retained lot will have a frontage of about 21.5 meters. The subject application is being reviewed for consistency with the provincial policy statement and conformity with the growth plan and other relevant provincial policies, regional plan, and the city official plan. The official plan designates the property as residential, which permits residential uses. This application conforms to the official plan. The secondary plan designates the property as medium density residential, which permits single detached, semi-detached, and townhouses. this application conforms to the secondary plan. The current zoning for the property is R1D299. As I mentioned earlier, that this lot is the largest lot on Stephen Court, and as such, there are site-specific zoning provisions in the bylaw. These site-specific zoning provisions relate to the lot area, lot width, lot depth, interior side yard, and rear yard depth. The proposed zoning bylaw introduces site-specific zoning provisions to permit a single detached dwelling on the future lot as well as on the existing lot. There are some issues related to this file. Those issues are amenity space for the future lot and the retained lot, compatibility of the proposed dwelling on the future lot, and siting of the proposed dwelling on the future lot. Staff is assessing this proposal, whether the proposed amendment will include provisions to ensure adequate amenities area is provided for both the lots. And the next issues of compatibility and siting of the proposed dwelling on the future lot will also relate to ensuring whether the proposed dwelling is located in such a way that it utilizes the site in an optimum manner. With respect to the next steps in this application, staff will continue to review this application, including reviewing comments from the public and technical comments, advancing a final recommendation report to council for a decision, and discussing any issues raised at the time of the public review. Staff will contact and follow up with those residents who have spoken, written, or advised. In this case, there are none. And finally, the report associated with tonight's meeting is available online. The presentation will be available online shortly. The final recommendation report will be posted on the city's website on the second Friday in advance of the future meeting. Again, my name is Himanshu Katyal, and my contact information is posted on the screen. And the applicant is Manny Johan from G-Force Planners. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. As I see there's no questions, no delegations, I'll ask Councilor Palashi move the delegation report. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. We now go on to item 5.2 regarding delegations. I believe the delegation by Mr. Dan O'Reilly. If you could come forward, state your name and address. It's regarding city-initiated official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, Marysfield Neighborhood Character Review Study, Ward 10.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As mentioned, my name is Dan O'Reilly. I'm a resident of Wildfield, and for the last probably 20 to 25 years, I've waged a very uphill battle to preserve the history and context of Wildfield, which is the last intact community of the old Toronto Township, the location of St. Patrick's Church, the second oldest church in the Archdiocese of Toronto, the location of the first Catholic school in Peel County, now Peel Region, and also the home of the Marysfield subdivision, the first housing cooperative or one of the first in Ontario. I'm here basically, I'll keep my comments brief, to speak in favor of the official plan amendment that the planning department, in conjunction with the consultant, has brought out. I'm in favor of their recommendations. Excuse me, I got a bit of cold. Just want to point out that many of the new housing developments throughout the Greater Toronto Area and indeed North America all look the same. If anyone in this audience, if by chance was kidnapped by aliens from Mars tonight and dropped into one of the streets, they wouldn't know if it's Brampton or Markham or Mississauga or Kansas City, Missouri. And that brings back to what I consider one of the most important paragraphs in the Planning Department's final report. And it quotes, "As suburban development occurs throughout southern Ontario, which is making more and more neighborhoods look the same, it becomes important for communities to keep their identities intact. Marysfield, which is a neighborhood with housing largely built in the 1950s, may not be architecturally distinguished, but most residents do enjoy the neighborhood's look, feel, and historic importance as one of the first housing cooperatives in Ontario. It is these elements that are significant and rare and should be a source of pride, not just for the residents that live in Marysfield, but for the people across the region. I was going to send in a report about why the consultant's report should be approved, but I've already done that, and the reasons for protecting Wildfield are detailed in very minute detail by the planning department. The only other thing I would like to say, Mr. Chairman, there is a tentative plan by the Heritage Department, I know that's not the correct title, to have some form of a plaque or heritage signage in Marysfield. Hopefully that will, I don't know if it's under the preview of your committee to maybe push that along. It would be very nice if that could go in this year, and perhaps even a dedication by the local councillors. That concludes my remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I believe there's another delegation. Oh, yes, Mr. Davis. Who's next? Mr. Davis, yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and apologies, I just actually got back into the country last night, so I'm going to ask for your indulgence to sort of follow along a little bit. And is it possible, Peter, to get this? It is from the report. That'd be great. So it's from 7/1/23 in what I have. Now you're going to have to be my finger pointer too. So I am here representing two ownerships. The first is 66 Marysfield. It's owned by Jagrup Bell and Mr. and Mrs. Gourmand. And 52 Marysfield, and that's Monica Bardwallich. And on that plan, you'll see that on the left side of the plan, as you go around the corner onto Marysfield, there's a lot that has been divided at an angle. Oh, can I do this? Oh, that's even better. Thanks for connecting.
Oh, it's only on yours.
Only on yours. Okay. So as you go around the corner, you'll see when you're going left down the road, there is a property, no, other way, sorry. Yeah, that property right there where your pointer is, you'll see the one above. That is the Lorber property, and we'll talk about that in a minute. The property I'm talking about, though, is beside it, just to the south, right there. And then the second property, if you could bring the cursor down, to south of the two lots that have been divided, right there. So I'm representing those two property owners, and I'd like to sort of give their position. I'd like to give a little background, though, because I'm not sure it's clear from the report. It sort of indicates there might be further severance applications, and therefore we're putting a new regulatory regime in place to try and protect the character of Marysfield. But what I don't think is clear, and I want to make sure it is that our clients, in fact, made application for consent back in, I think it was late 17 or early 18, and had the application scheduled to be heard in February of 18, and council passed an interim control bylaw that froze the property, and staff recommended that the applications not be proceeded with at the Committee of Adjustment. So they had submitted, were ready to be heard, and a few days before the actual hearing date, they got notice that an interim control bylaw was put on that froze the hearing of their application. Now, it was heard, we appealed it, and so LPAT has the appeals on both severance applications in front of it, and it has the appeal of the interim control bylaw and its extension, because you extended the interim control bylaw more recently. So that history, I think, is important. I also, there is a bit of background in the report, but again, I want to be clear. There have been severances permitted already. There was one that the Ontario Municipal Board approved just above where the cursor is now. That's the lot we're representing. That property was subdivided a number of years ago, and the Ontario Municipal Board approved that severance. And, in fact, when it approved the severance, said it's an eclectic mix of lot sizes and homes, et cetera, and that dividing it into roughly 1 acre lots was appropriate with the character of the area, and they approved it. Then the property north of Mr. Ball's property, if you go back up, Peter, to the, I apologize for this, that property, that was the next severance application. I submitted that application on behalf of the owner. Staff did not support the application. The committee approved the application. Staff recommended an appeal to council. Council did not appeal, and the application stayed as approved. Then one more, if you could move the cursor to the right, yes, to that. That, and Mr. Maheson is here, that application, I was agent for Mr. Maheson. That application was in fact supported by staff and approved by the committee. And that was with a policy in place at the time that talked about having a 2 acre lot size. And this divided greater than 2 acre into 2 1 acre lots, and staff supported the application, and it was approved. And that property has frontages, I think it was around 33, 34 meters, which in the bylaw requires 45, and the bylaw being put before you requires 45. So the report is suggesting that this new regulatory regime, and let me take a part of it, if I could.
Would somebody like to move more time? Councillor Fortini?
Thank you. So in the report before you, it says that based on the previous approvals for lot severances and the request for severances over the last few years, there is a potential for future severances within Marysfield. A proliferation of severances in Marysfield can have a lasting impact on the defining elements of the neighborhood character and would not meet the intent of the official plan. And I want to take you to the report, that your consultant's report, and what it does, and this is on page 7.41. Seven point 7.141. When it talks, so what you have there is an indication of lots that are greater than the 2 acres that would meet the minimum if divided of having a minimum 1 acre lot. And as you can see, there are a few there. I would say the three on Mayfield Road are different. They're not within the community. And of those within the community, we're 2, and at least 1 or 2 will never have a severance. The house is substantial, sitting in the middle of the lot. It's not going to occur. So I think when we talk about proliferation, we're probably talking about 3 or 4, of which 2 are appealed and at the board. So I don't think it's fair to characterize it. There will be a devastating impact on the character of Marysfield by having severances that line up with severances approved by the board, by Committee of Adjustment not appealed by council, and by planning staff's recommendation by Committee of Adjustment. All those were approved that way. These line up with what those offered by way of lot area. Both these lots have, as you can see, they're two of the largest in the subdivision. They're 0.84 and 0.86. I think the area that is an issue for these two lots is lot frontage, that the 45 meters can't be met by either one. I'm not sure it can be met by any, and the report talks about that, in conclusion, the report talks about not against change for Marysfield, but truthfully, you've set a severance policy that moves from 2 to 1, yet at best, one lot can take advantage of that change from 2 to 1. To me, that doesn't make sense. If you had, and the reason they can't, they have the lot area, but the frontage they don't have. Yet staff supported a lot frontage that was slightly more and less than the two lots I'm putting before you today. And I believe, and in there it suggests a list of bylaw changes. We can meet all those impositions. The 7.5 meters, we submitted a plan that showed 7.5 on both sides of two new homes on the lot, and we're able to meet a 15-meter separation. We're able to meet all those requirements but for lot frontage. And I would say, and there's a concern that it will be dominated by buildings. Quite frankly, these are still over 100-foot lots, well over 100-foot lots in some cases. These are very large lots. The frontage is not going to be dominated by buildings, and you're only talking 2 or 3 additional homes in the entire area. We can settle this by having specific arrangements. We will agree to site plan approval clearly on any of it, any landscaping. We can meet all the distance separations that are set out in the report. We can't meet lot frontage. And I just don't see how you can set a regulatory framework that moves from 2 to 1 and then puts a lot frontage that says, but no one can use it except maybe one. And so I'd ask the committee to consider either postponing till we can come up with something specific. Our lot frontages are clear. And we would agree to any reasonable imposition that says keep the sort of open and do the landscaping in the front yard, et cetera, prepared to entertain all of that in an ability to implement a policy that does not have us still off fighting about this at LPAT.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
I should say, I apologize, and I'm well over my time. I should say this. It is our position, I'm going to say this for the benefit of the lawyers who are here, and we've said this already, that because the policy has come after our application, it is our position the policy cannot impose a burden on our applications that, and this is, you know, a legal question that will be decided by the board, but I wanted to make sure that somebody said, well, you never told council that you were doing this on the basis that you were protecting the entitlement of your client to take the position that the interim control bylaw and the policies that came into play were directed at your client to try and stop their severance process. We have to be able to take that position, and I'm putting it in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Are there more delegations? Yeah. Yes. My apologies. Can I get, so moved by Councillor Singh, all in favor to reopen, 2/3 to add more delegation? Okay, we have the 2/3. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and esteemed committee members, city staff, and members of the public. Not too many of here. My name is Vinod Maheshan. You must have seen this on a couple of billboards. Didn't work out really well. But I actually own 3 St. Patrick's Road. That's and my family owns another property, 41 Marysville Drive. I would request the city clerk if you can just bring that diagram, photo which Neil had up there. It's easier to explain. There you go. So the property which was severed over there, the last one, one of those is mine, and this is not the latest photograph. If you go on Google Maps, it has a much updated photograph which shows the homes which are coming up on that property, as well as the other severed property which was approved by OMB. What I want to say is that I've been actively engaged in this entire exercise with the city and with all of my neighbors and residents out there. And I should thank the city that they took in a lot of our concerns from the last 2 public meetings. They've incorporated some of those feedback. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Michelle. Also, my big concern, which is what I'm here for, is this lot frontage when it comes to severances. It's where we are setting up the rule that it has to be 45 meters, whereas my own property is set at 33 plus meters, and I know that really, other than one lot, none of the other lots will meet the criteria for severance. It's like, it might as well as we just put on there saying that no severance allowed would have been a much better statement. Compared to that, so what I want to really highlight is that for 11 people, that's the 11 folks who have larger lot sizes, versus in a total lot space of around 35 lots in there. If you don't count the Mayfield Mayfield lots, then that's around 32 lots. You are putting us in a position where 5 people got variances, got severances, they got to build their homes, and the rest of the folks would be, unfairly discriminated by putting this bylaw in place. And that, I would say, even though I know I'm the biggest to lose because my property would lose more in value if too many lots are severed, but I still say from a public interest perspective and from a fairness perspective, we have to think about that 5 folks got what they wanted, the city gave it to them on a platter, and one of them was me. And for the remaining 11 folks minus the other 3, so if we say even the 10 folks, you're going to be in a very discriminatory model saying that you can't have what your neighbors got. And I know for a fact that my family, which owns the other lot, one of the big lots there, is definitely planning to go ahead and appeal it and look for it. And my request to this esteemed council committee is that please review this, and let's put it in such a way that while we protect the character of the neighborhood, we ensure that there's no massing, but at the same time, whatever was provided as a benefit to 5 residents is also extended to the other folks who would qualify just with a minor technical issue other than the lot frontage being a criteria there. That's all my request. One thing which I want to bring up is on the report itself. The report which was presented by folks, they have not included the 2 new homes, 56 Maryfield and 3 St. Patrick Road in the report. Also, they have referenced my property as 41 Maryfield being an epitome of a house. It's in a very dilapidated condition. It has a septic tank which is under the porch. It'll be demolished one way or the other. So I think those kind of references needs to be properly updated. That's all I'd say. Is my final request is to make the recommendations fair for residents who own bigger lots, and be not penalized to accommodate their neighbors who own smaller lots. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there?
Hello. Marcello Stellato, I'm 62 Marysfield. My daughter owns 28 Marysfield. Originally, when I was trying to sever my lot and I wasn't allowed, so I built a big house, which is number 62 over there, just above where it's severed right now. Okay, that was my neighbor. That was the first severance, and that I think went to Committee of Adjustments to go, not a committee, OMB, to get severed. Now, the frontages that, like everything else I'm in agreement with, except for this thing about the heritage and all this stuff, you guys got all the architectural discretion at your thing to put whatever we want on, whatever you want on that. We have to apply, just like for my house, they did the same thing. So I just think that the 100-foot frontage is where it should be. It shouldn't be the 150 foot, because there's, like I said, I said this at the last meeting, there's only one lot, and that lot there is on on Mayfield. It fronts off Mayfield on the side, and if Mayfield gets widened, that lot will no longer have a frontage of 300 foot. There's another one that I was told, which is at the bottom corner, and that has a drainage ditch for all of that side of, right there, no lower, down there, yep. They told me that has a 300-foot frontage, which I don't think it has. And also on that property there is a drainage ditch that all the runoff water goes to that property and then goes underneath and goes to the other side of the road. So they won't be able to build on that either due to that. So really, from what your planning department says with this 300-foot or whatever it is, frontage, that there is no property on there that can be subdivided or because of that. So what I would propose is to keep it like a 100-foot frontage, and like my daughter's property, there's 268-foot frontage, and the house is on one side. So basically there's like 200 feet of open land, and most of those properties are like that because they all had two addresses originally when they were first built, like when the first subdivision came through on the original subdivision, and they chose to put it all on one side so that they can eventually build more houses on there. So original design for that spot there had two lots on every property, not one. Okay, so that's my thing. So that should be like back to the original what it was before. And like I said, you have architectural control, you have landscaping control, you have all the controls in place. We just need it back to the way it was, where we can actually split it into two properties. Because, I want to sell my house and go there because it's a smaller property, and I can build over there. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I have two, oh, sorry.
Last one, I swear to God.
No.
Swear to God.
Please, just state your name and address, please.
I'm Maria Stellato. I'm from 28 Marysfield. That's my father. I won't get into repeating everything that everyone else has said, but coming from a character view, I grew up on the street. I grew up at 62. I was there when I was 10. I'm 39 now. So I chose to live on the same street because I had such a great experience growing up as a kid, and it's a gorgeous area. But my plan was to buy the property, like my father said, to split it, sever it, and then have like my own dream home, right? A lot of other families have been able to do that. So for me, I think it's only fair. We're not asking that we're not asking for a lot. We agree that we want to keep the trees, we want to keep all the heritage, and we want to keep the character the same, but we 100% just want to be able to have it fair across the board. So growing up, all of the changes that have happened my entire life haven't impacted anything that had. I had a great childhood. I got to ride my bike around the street and get to know all my neighbors, so I don't think a couple extra houses are going to damage any part of that. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, very quickly.
Really quick.
Yes.
Sorry. Okay, this whole thing is about Marysfield, but nobody said that on this side of Marysfield, the back side, is all subdivision. So that subdivision is going to more impact that street than anything else of what's going on right now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I now have two speakers, or two members of the committee. So first, Councillor Singh.
Sure. I'll start off with, so previously, I guess, there was in the Toronto Gore area, there was 14 severances, and 6 were denied and 5 were approved. And of those in Marysfield, 3 were approved and 4 were not approved, correct? Yep. Okay, and when was the last severance done in Marysfield? Do we know when it was done? 2015. Okay. And the one that went.
Sorry, just wanted to, can staff confirm?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chairman, may you repeat the question, please?
You said, when was the last severance done in Marysfield?
That's correct. In 2015 was the last approval by the Committee of Adjustment.
Committee of Adjustment, okay. And the one that went to the OMB, and was that in Marysfield? Right? And when was that done? Just out of curiosity. Because the dates aren't on the, didn't see them in.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that decision by the OMB was rendered in December of 2006.
Okay, back in 2006. So, I guess my concern somewhat is that obviously previously we do see severances done in Marysfield, and so I know we're introducing this new residential character review, and so I guess what I'm trying to say is that if in the OMB in particular something was approved that obviously we were not in favor of, and we've created a new residential character review. I guess from a legal standpoint, because it's a new thing, I think this will be the first committee that's going to go into a residential character designation, correct? And our goal is to have others.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, that's correct. The implementing official plan amendment that you have in front of you tonight is to recommend a new residential character area policies for the city, and that would be a mechanism to allow potential future residential character area policies to apply across the city as well.
Okay, so I'm okay with this character designation. From a legal standpoint, is this enforceable? Like, are we going to have OMB challenges that are just going to overturn our character review? That's my concern.
I'll try to be very general so that I don't have to recommend that we go in camera, but certainly any of the new policies that you adopt tonight or bylaws that you pass would be subject to appeal. In terms of an opinion on how enforceable they are, I would have to go in camera for that.
That's fair.
Okay, well, before, I appreciate all the chatter. Please continue, Councillor Singh.
Okay.
If you would like to get advice and get more concrete.
Yeah, I think I would like that.
Okay, so can I get a motion to move in camera?
Sure. I'll move that.
Okay, so, yes, you have a question prior to that. I understand. We have a motion to move into camera. Before we accept that motion, I will allow Councillor Pelletier to speak. Is that okay, Councillor Singh?
Yep.
Okay, Councillor Pelletier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also have questions to be posed in camera, so I thank Councillor Singh for directing us to do that. My question relates to kind of the character and the heritage aspect of Marysfield and Churchville, the differences between the two. Can anybody?
Mr. Chair, through you to the councillor. So Churchville would be a heritage conservation district, which is quite a robust framework. A lot of guidance, a lot of administrative components behind it, a lot of study that goes into it. What's being proposed here as far as the character area is a fairly, character area is a fairly light approach, so it allows quite a bit more flexibility. It doesn't have the same kind of provisions that a heritage conservation district has. So it allows for us to provide some guidance for the municipality in terms of keeping some of the elements that we've discussed without getting into kind of the administration of a heritage conservation district or having specific regulations apart from the built form provisions for the housing. So we're really not focused on architectural details, those sorts of things. We're talking more about the character elements of the neighborhood as a whole.
And is there, under the heritage designation for Churchville, and there's kind of the overarching governing bodies leading all the way up to, the province that has some say in terms of heritage. Is there in this designation, is there any other municipalities and is there any other governing other than the city of Brampton that has anything to do with this actual designation?
Oh, in terms of approvals or review? No, this is something that we would just be able to monitor, administer, council be able to oversee those provisions themselves.
And any other municipalities have gone through this?
Not sure.
Your hand's up.
So, my name's David Riley. I'm the consultant that was involved in this study, just to hello everybody. I know that the city of Mississauga is currently undertaking a review. Well, first, related to character area policies, their official plan is set up that it is set up to identify character areas within the various different districts in the municipality. Where the city of Mississauga also is currently undertaking a cultural heritage landscape study, and perhaps that's related to the question that you're asking, which is not looking at heritage conservation districts, but more looking at those elements of character that contribute to almost the sense of place of a community that's based on natural heritage elements, cultural heritage elements of the landscape. It doesn't put into place at least in the city of Mississauga, controls on built form per se. It's just recognizing another layer of character in the area.
And then does it mention with Mississauga's work and with your work, does it mention anywhere about, precedents being set?
I'm not too familiar with the exact examples, but the study that the City of Mississauga is currently undertaking does look, there is a significant component that looks at precedents. I wouldn't be able to name any of the municipalities, but I do know that's part of their current study.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Palashi. Before I receive that motion, I see Councillor Fortini. Just a question for public comment.
Thank you through the chair. Just a question to staff. That lot, 2015 was divided and then went through committee adjustment? Is that the one?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the last Committee of Adjustment approval in the Marysfield subdivision, sorry, I'm just looking at my chart here. 2015 was for 20 Marysfield Drive.
Right. Which one's that one though? Can you show the arrow?
Yeah, up. And to the right, keep going.
Down.
No, down,
Down?
and to the right.
Oh, okay, in the middle,
Yeah,
those two.
right there.
Okay. And how wide are those lots?
Those lots are 35 meters each, I believe. Let me just confirm that. I believe they're approximately 35 meters each.
Okay. So, that was, so it went to committee adjustment. So was there a positive report on that on the committee adjustment?
That's correct. Through you, Mr. Chairman, there was a positive staff report from the Planning Department, and the Committee of Adjustment approved it.
So the other lots are the same, aren't they going to be 35 meters or more? What they're asking for?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the majority of lots in here, actually 80% of them are greater than 45 meters. So greater than the zoning bylaw calls for. 80%.
No.
Please, wait.
No.
Okay.
Gavel.
No, what I'm trying to
Stop.
say is, it's 35 meters each lot, is that correct? Is that what you're saying? Or it was 35 meters in total?
35 meters for each of those lots.
Each one. So the other one is gonna be 45 meters each, is that what you're saying? Or 45 meters is the whole width?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, the minimum lot width that we're proposing, which is the current zoning that's in place today, we're not making any changes to that. So it's going to remain as 45 meters. That's the current zoning that's in place today for these lots.
Also, how do we approve this one, a 35 on a positive report for committee?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm unable to answer that. There was a positive staff report from our planning department at the time.
Well, if the zoning bylaw zoning was, 45 and all of a sudden it's 35, I just don't get it. Okay, I just might answer my question.
Mr. Davis, would you like to?
Well, just, I don't think it's a fair comment to say that it is true, the existing zoning bylaw is 45 meters, but the variances were improved to make it less. What staff are recommending is that now the 45 meters be entrenched by way of policy in the official plan to say to get the sentence, you've got to meet the zoning bylaw requirement. You can't amend the official plan. You can amend the zoning bylaw. So that they're making it tougher, quite frankly, for there to be discretion in the committee to say that 40 meters or 33, 35 is okay. They're trying to make that more difficult.
Okay, thank you for clarification. So we have a motion by Councillor Singh to move into camera. It is all in favor?
So the purpose of going in camera is to receive advice that's subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose.
As stated by City Clerk. Members of council, members of committee, sorry, it's 10:45. Our City Clerk needs to get, you're good? Okay, so I would suggest in 5 minutes, so at 10:50, we meet in the back where we usually have lunch. And I'll see you there in 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Hopefully I'll articulate this. We've gone into camera, we received advice subject to solicitor privilege, client privilege, and direction was given. And now we're back, and I see Councillor Dillon on the board.
I'm withholding comment for now. I haven't spoken, but I just have a question of clarification. If somebody was to move deferral, they cannot have spoken before, is that correct?
For you, Mr. Chair, it's not that they cannot have spoken before. We're at committee, so you can speak multiple times.
Oh, so
when you're given the floor, you should move deferral immediately and not have a speech and then deferral. It's not fair to the other members.
Okay, so can Councillor Singh move deferral? You can, right? Okay.
Okay, I thank you, Councillor Dillon. Now, Councillor Singh, anticlimactic.
So I move deferral.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a deferral on the floor moved by Councillor Singh. Is there a time limit that you would like the report to come back?
I'll refer to staff if planning department has any comments for timing.
Do staff want to provide a rough period?
Or anybody else.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, perhaps we could get clarification on the deferral. Is there direction for staff to look at something further that hasn't been captured in our report? If I could maybe seek some clarification on that.
I think there will.
Okay.
So through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps to be helpful, instead of a deferral, it could be a referral back to staff for further consideration. Sure. And a report back at an appropriate time. Okay.
Okay, so we have that as articulated by our city clerk. Moved by Councillor Singh. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. We go now to item 7.2 is deferred. Item 7.3 7.3 is in consent. Oh, no, we dealt with 7.3. 7.4. Everyone's by Councillor Woolens. All in favor? Carried. We're now on to other new business. My apologies. Yes, Councillor Vicente, you're on the board for item 7.5.
Realizing that I only have 30 seconds to speak. Just a question to staff. What is the purpose of continuing to extend the exemption, given that perhaps we as a council have come to realize that given that the downtown is a mobility hub and that we want to encourage transit uses, why we continue to extend the exemption, knowing full well that the downtown businesses obviously don't have provision for additional parking spaces. And if there was an application for a development in downtown, those would be subject to perhaps different regulations.
So through the chair, it was discussed whether this should just be permanent or continue on with it, and I think part of it was a bit of a comfort level from our operations people who deal with our city garages to make sure, monitor that there's still capacity in those, and that is maintained. There's also, I think it's part of the more comprehensive review as part of the zoning, or comprehensive zoning bylaw review. We may look at whether this is something we can exempt completely. There's also the secondary condition is that this is actually, the second part of this is a cash in lieu of there's a cash in lieu component to this portion of the bylaw, and that hasn't been used very much because this has been in such a, it's been extended over the years, so that it's maybe to look at options there as well in the future should some larger scale user potentially come in, does that potentially then create an impact on our garages and so forth and our available parking supply. So there's more of I guess a comfort level that we'll extend it for 5 more years as just to make sure that things are still manageable in terms of the parking supply in the city. And there's some major pieces, I guess, with potential university and so forth at play that may impact on these things. So.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, can we amend the report or the recommendation to extend the downtown exemption for a different period than what is recommended in the staff report?
Through the chair. So there's a bylaw attached to this, and we'd have to, council can direct staff that the date be changed, and then we would have to bring a revised bylaw before council. I think that's for the next upcoming council meeting. There's a bylaw sitting there ready, which is the bylaw essentially is attached here. We would have to then make a quick revision to that to reflect the committee's decision this evening. But yeah, it's up to the committee if they want to change the date.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just don't want this council to become complacent in the required regulatory changes that are obvious and necessary for the central area, but particularly the downtown. And I would move that this be amended to provide the extension for a period of 1 year.
So, 1 from 5?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. Recommendation 3 speaks to extending the downtown parking exemption for a period of 5 years. Are you suggesting an additional year on top of that, so 6 years?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, to reduce the exemption to a period of 1 year.
Instead of 5.
So that we can address this, I believe, to be in a more timely manner, this term of council. We have staff currently reviewing parking regulations in residential areas. We're currently reviewing all of our bylaws. Extending this out to 5 years, I think, pushes it too far. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councillor Palashi.
So maybe just to give staff, it's been a kind of a long night, and this is to be ratified on Wednesday. If maybe staff can come back on Wednesday to give us more of some information on the causes and effects of Councillor Vincente's request. Everybody okay with that?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, just with some discussion here. So I think staff is amenable to really receiving the suggestion, and we're generally agreeable to that. There is a zoning bylaw comprehensive review that's ongoing, as we know right now. It might be that the zoning bylaw comprehensive review isn't completed for perhaps just a little bit longer than a year. So just offering up for the consideration to the councillor and the committee that perhaps a period of 2 years might be amenable or agreeable, so that staff would have the completion of all of those matters as it relates to parking from the zoning bylaw comprehensive review complete as well.
Councillor Palashi, any further?
So, you're saying 2 years is okay? Councillor Vincente is saying 1 year? How about you come back on Wednesday when we ratify this and we kind of have more of a general discussion when hopefully all members of council are here and we're not kind of, and with Councillor Vincente, I can't agree or disagree with you right now because 1 year's been kind of, from 5 years is a curveball. So I think it's been a long night. Maybe we should have this discussion on Wednesday when we ratify it.
Thank you, Councillor Palashi. Councillor Vicente.
Perhaps I can help to appease Councillor Palashi's concerns, thinking for staff, as the report indicates that there is no revenue related to this decision, and there are no other corporate implications that have been identified. I just wish to be very clear that we need to move quickly and not allow a 5-year period to expire before we have to address this. It is my intention to signal to members of council, to staff, that we are here for a 4-year term and that we intend to move on these priorities. So I'll leave it at 1 year for now. I'll be happy to change it in a year if it's necessary.
Okay, we have, I believe, a motion by Councillor Vicente to amend recommendation 3 from 5 years to
Mr.
1
Chair?
year.
So we just had a quick discussion here. Admittedly, it's been a bit of a long evening. But as one suggestion that a committee may wish to consider would be adding an extra recommendation just to direct staff to come back with a fulsome update to the zoning bylaw in the downtown within a period of a year, but actually maintaining the exemption for the longer period in the event that something didn't quite line up. But that would, I think, perhaps cover off what you're looking for and preserves the report path as we're going forward and make sure that we've got the parking exemption in place. So I think we can accomplish both objectives by doing that.
Councillor Vicente, are you amenable? Okay, Councillor Vicente has agreed, so to our city clerk. Okay, so the amendment is maintain the 5 years and add another recommendation which says that staff come back to report to council in a year time regarding the interim bylaw review. The comprehensive zone. And the,
Not necessarily in a year, but
within a year. Okay, moved by Councillor Vicente. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Now I believe we go on to item 9.1. Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, through the chair. So I just requested to have a discussion of this. We're getting a lot of feedback on how our city is shaping up on the 240 vision. We also have the Bill 108. So I'd like to have organize or get an advisory committee for our planning, part of members of the public to be involved as a committee. Developer, a couple of young people, different people, and maybe we can meet twice a year and see how we're doing, because we're getting a lot of comments. And so just to report back, and I'll give you guys until September. I don't want it done the next day or next week.
Okay, thank you. So Councilor Fortini is moving an advisory committee be struck and a report back by staff by September with, I guess, a report which would outline terms of reference, et cetera, et cetera. Councilor Palashi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we've already had a discussion about this with Al's group about a planning development advisory panel that's kind of arm's length from council and from planning committee. Some of that discussion might have been in camera, I don't recall, but I'm getting the two kind of go hand in hand. Al's not here, unfortunately, but does anybody else?
So through you, Mr. Chair, if I can help, hopefully, the Planning Act does allow for the establishment of a planning advisory committee, which is comprised of residents. It's mandatory, I think, for upper tier. It's discretionary for lower tier. So I believe that's what Councillor Fortini is asking staff to report back on.
Yeah.
And staff would report back on what the prescribed rules are under the Planning Act and what the implications could be for establishing such a committee at the city. Is that the intent?
Okay, Councilor Palashi still has the floor.
And what I was talking about?
So maybe that could be addressed in the report back.
That was addressed. We talked about it at that time when Al brought forward. Did we not have a discussion about this already?
Mr., are you referring to the youth engagement
No.
strategy of the youth council? Okay.
No.
So can I,
Sorry, Councilor
It was an arm's length organization that dealt with planning matters, but was,
I believe the Municipal Development Corporation?
yes.
So that would be more of an action-oriented.
And at that time, we had a discussion of actually, I think, Peter, you said at that time what you just said, and we kind of, there was more information, and that information was coming back to council at some point. But it included that. So what I'm kind of saying is, I think the work's already being done. Don't say no.
Don't say no.
Don't say no.
Okay, well, I'm telling you.
Okay,
Staff, okay,
Do you have
guys.
the floor?
Staff right now.
Does he have the floor?
No. You have the floor, staff.
So through the chair, I'm not aware of that specific work being done as part of this, but I think in terms of this request, we can make sure that if it is happening already, we won't duplicate it. And we can come back with something in September that would outline, I would suggest, in addition to what's prescribed in the Planning Act, that we scope it a little broader and look what we'd suggest for sort of an advisory committee, or it may have a formal capacity, but do a survey, have a look around what's working in other places, and give you a more fulsome report back for what some options are.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Fortini, are you on the board?
Yeah, and the reason I'm saying no is, I talked to staff, so Al, and everybody, so they should have said this was already brought. There's no reason. So we thought of this because figured it was all getting together and hoping that we can meet with, twice a year with our planning staff and with the public. Now, if it was already done in the past, I have nobody, never heard about it, but when we had the discussion, staff didn't tell me it was already in the process. So we'll see what happens in September, and, we'll get a report back.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
can I just move that the chair be heard? I believe Councilor Fortini, thank you for bringing this forward. I think part of it is, as well, is that there have been questions from the community regarding what's happening now with 2040, its implementation. There seems to be folks who keep, I guess, speaking to members of council regarding improvements possible in the planning process. So I think Councilor Fortini, in a rightful manner, has brought this forward to allow for a forum to have these discussions where residents can come forward within a controlled environment in an open, transparent way, and allow staff to work and build this committee, which I think fills the void. So I thank you and Councilor Fortini, and all in favor of the motion? Carried. Thank you. And item 9.2.
That was yours, wasn't it?
Oh, based on staff, yeah, I have a motion moved, maybe staff, do you want to speak to it? Yeah.
Yeah, yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the resolution that staff has prepared, which you've kindly brought forward onto today's agenda, is a resolution that staff has prepared in order to respond to some instances that we have seen over the years whereby purchasers of residential units have really identified their concern with respect to the amount of time that it's taken really to have their residential unit constructed and delivered to them, really in between when it was that they had originally purchased the unit, really in lieu or really in association with a draft approval being issued for a plan of subdivision. And so really what we've decided to do is look and complete some benchmarking that the other municipalities have done, signage that they've included with information that they've put out to prospective purchasers with respect to the fact that the city themselves really can't control and really ensure that the houses are delivered through to prospective purchasers within a specific time period. It is that we're able to draft approve plans of subdivision, allow for the sale of lots, but really if it is that the particular property owner, the developer really finds that there's some technical issues that they have to navigate that takes a little bit of extra time, that delays the delivery of the home, there are those concerns there. For us to find ways really through the benchmarking, through to some review of best practices to identify how best we can communicate with prospective purchasers so that they understand that we're not able to control the timing associated with the delivery of units, it would be best for us to do that. So this resolution just identifies that we will undertake those best practices, the reviews in order to improve the situation and improve the communications that we have with prospective purchasers. And so we thank you for your support and consideration of the resolution. And with its approval, we'll continue on with the research towards improving the situation and that communication through to them.
Thank you, and I'm happy to move the motion to protect our public. And on this note, I will, Councillor Fortini.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. And I do support the motion. Couldn't we add, I don't know if we could add in here. So a lot of people buy new homes. They leave a security deposit. They move in. And then it takes years for them to chase the developers around. Other municipalities, I know King City, Bolton, Vaughan, the security deposit on the home is left at the city. After 2 years, the grade's not moved, the city automatically sends a check. Because what ends up happening, everyone's chasing a developer, and people are leaving $7,000, $8,000 now security deposit. Maybe these new homes are even more, and you gotta go around chase them. So a lot of those cities, I know Richmond Hill does it, I know Bolton does it, you actually leave the check, the security deposit has to go towards the city, and we actually send the check back.
So through you, Mr. Chairman, this is the type of action that we're curious about, what is available to us to improve in these ways. And really, it's not even just plans of subdivision, but perhaps there are some additional problems of that type, really more so associated with plans of condominium. With plans of condominium, the Act doesn't identify that the condos are only to be sold at the time of draft approval. Rather, there is no identification as to really when those sales can occur, so they can't even occur earlier. So, but for us to be able to, review these things a little further, improve our situation to protect the purchasers, this is what the resolution is proposing.
And I know there's an area, the group in my area there, people's been there 10 years, they can't get the security deposit back, and there's 3 or 4 different developers. And they all left, and these people left $6,000, $7,000 down. Now, is there any clause in this that now a developer builds something, does the homes, or whatever, and the basement's leaking after 2 years? Who repays for that repair? Don't they have a security or letter of credit or security at the city that they actually have to go? And if they don't, we have a letter of security?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm not familiar with anything that is here at the city, but I believe it's Terrion that has programs in place. But we have here the chief building official who might have some additional information on that piece.
Okay, please, their staff are ready to speak.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Alan is correct. Terrion is the warranty provider for that type of a defect. I believe the securities or deposits that you're speaking of, Councillor Fortini, are related to the lock rating securities, which typically aren't given back until subdivision approval or assumption, I guess, by the city. But those defects in the product are warranted by Terrion.
And I get that part, but on the security deposit, if the city takes 8 years to enhance the road, that has nothing to do with their grade, because the security deposit usually is a grading permit, or a grading security deposit, you don't touch the grade. And so if the city takes 8 years, like the group, to get it into their hands, that money sits there. And what happens, people sell their homes, the security deposit gets lost, the developers are gone, and nobody gets it back. So usually after 2 years, I know even Kleinberg, after 2 years, they sent a check.
Okay,
The city, yeah, exactly.
I
So
think
maybe
staff
we can-
has expressed interest in looking at the matter as well. I'm not sure if we need an amendment in here, or can staff take as direction?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, yes, staff will take that under direction. And the way the resolution is worded is quite flexibly as far as us benchmarking all of these various items for the protection of the purchasers.
Thank you. Councillor Paleschi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I guess a good example was today dealing with a former school lot that was, the residents had, and is this kind of where we're going with this as well? Great, good welcome packages that developers pay for, and we have no skin in the game, we just tell them what they have to do, right? They're paying for all this, right? That's gonna come back in the report.
So through you, Mr. Chairman, the scope of the report wasn't really intended to look at, I guess, the things of that matter in particular. We can, under advisement, look at a scope of that type, trying to really protect residents in these other ways as well. So yes.
I just think we need to. We hear enough from the residents that, when matters like this, and there's going to be more that come up, they need to be protected, kind of black and white, not the legal portion of it. And there's a bigger picture here where we can educate the new home buyers, new residents coming into Brampton with opportunities for that information paid by the developer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Paleschi. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to applaud staff and the chair for bringing this forward. I didn't know this was coming, and after having read it and thinking about my own personal experiences in dealing with builders and the kind of delays that can sometimes happen, that consumers are perhaps not going through the fine print and realizing how vulnerable they can be, I think that this is a wonderful, wonderful direction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Vicente. Councillor Fortini.
Just quickly, what Councillor Paleschi said, that was a good idea. So what happens if someone buys a property and they're saying that there's going to be a school there or a mall, and all of a sudden they purchase the homes, and then all of a sudden the mall's not going to come, they change their mind. Is there any way to protect them there? Because I bought there because there's going to be a mall across the street, and then all of a sudden they decide to put houses.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I could just clarify that what we're talking about here is mostly educating the public about these things and how they can happen. And already Brampton does go over and above by requiring clauses about a school site changing to residential in the agreements of purchase and sale and in the subdivision agreement. We're not required to do that, but we do that in the interest of educating the public. And the initiative from the planning department is to try and enhance that further. But in terms of those issues, all we can do is provide information. We can't actually stop anyone from coming in with the example that you just gave and rezoning a retail site. Certainly we can speak to it in the report, but we're trying to just let the purchasers know. Certainly the same is true with the construction delays, right? We're letting them know this can happen, but the only thing that we can do to stop it from happening is draft approve at the stage where we're most confident that building can just proceed. There are no major technical issues left.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, members of the committee, I'd like to reach tomorrow, so I'd like to solicit more questions. It's only 11:36. No, okay. So I have a motion moved by myself. All in favor? Carried, thank you very much. Referred matters list, no. Deferred correspondence and consent. Council question period. Yes. Okay. So moved by Councillor Bowman. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor question period. Public question period. Okay. And our next meeting is June 17th at 7 p.m. Motion to adjourn moved by Councillor Fortini. Thank you very much. Everyone have a safe ride home and have a good night.